Hi. What up? It's your boy, reporting live from Afghanistan. I'm in the trenches. No, I'm about to make a coffee real quick. Cause it's almost 4 a.m. Time for coffee. I just wanted to try streaming from my phone. I was just on Talking with Famous People, Eric's stream. Rachel. Rachel was doing a bang up job at the end. No, it was really good. But yeah, you guys convinced me to come on, so where are you? I'm sort of just wondering where everyone is. Hold on, I have to figure this out. Okay. We are live. Welcome to the amazing phone stream of depression and sadness. Because it's not a real stream. Hold on. Wait. You like this ASMR? Some ASMR goodness. Oh, yeah. Nice and loud, hopefully. I just really hope that it's really loud and that no one wants to watch this. But yeah, I mean, I figured I'd hop on. It's been a long time. Not that long, but it's been since October of last year. I started the Chill Island, the very famous Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality series, so to speak, uh, last March. So it would be a year now. And it's been a beautiful journey. We had Brad Pitt on, Shia LaBeouf. We were just talking about all these people. Um, nah, but it's been good, A few people here and there, of course. And mostly the gang from TWFP, which I very much appreciate. And yeah, I sort of just started doing it to be doing something, Like I'm not doing very much. I need to get back into making some music. I want to do film stuff too, But oh my gosh, yeah, I mean, I just wasn't really feeling the stream for a little bit because it was just kind of like, well, okay, first of all, in November, kind of wish more people were here so that people would know what's up, but whatever, you can watch it later, I guess. uh Actually got COVID. Can you believe it? I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this, but I didn't uh, I didn't get the vax. Okay, and it's because I was kind of between a rock and a hard place. Like I didn't want to get COVID, but I also didn't want to get the vax. So I went a good long time without getting it, and then my grandmother got it. She was like a whole thing. She had something wrong with her hip or something, right? So she winds up in the hospital for surgery or something. Uh, and sorry, I should know this, but she's not like she's the grandmother on my dad's side who's like we're not that close with. So forgive me, grandma, but I won't say her name. But basically, like yeah, no, she was in the hospital, so she got COVID in the hospital, and then my dad got it, and then I got it because and look, so I was on Flow State Taylor, right, his stream recently, and I mentioned this, and it was pretty funny because like him and some other people were kind of like, oh, like COVID's not real, and I bet they have the tests like trigger off. And I was like, whoa, amazing. Um, no, I mean, look, I don't want to get into a whole thing about it, okay? But it's like, it really was just like a really bad cold, kind of like a flu. I had like a fever for like multiple days and like a really bad headache for like 2 or 3 days. But it basically was just like a bad cold. So if you want to call it a bad cold, you can go ahead. You know what I mean? My whole thing about it is just like, look, I had gotten colds and stuff before, even fever or something like, well, not or something, but I had like a kind of a fever last year, and then at the end of the year before last, and it's I turned the lights on down here and it's still pretty dark. Uh, okay, that is just completely not bright enough. Okay, what the fuck. Um, Hold on. That's better. Okay, nice. All right, so yeah, that was a whole arc, my COVID arc. That happened. Couldn't believe it, but it did, right? So anyway, yeah, it just sucked, right? Karma's Pimp says, gasp, I might have last week swallowed razor blades for a week. Yeah. Oh, that's the worst. I luckily didn't really get that part. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. It really, other than the headache for the first 2 days, really wasn't that bad. But it was definitely like trying after a bit because like mostly it was just like just exhausted and felt like a minor cold. Look, I get real bent out of shape about like nose and throat stuff, but I didn't get that. I didn't lose taste. Uh it's like yeah, it sucked, but anyway, my point is that like if you want to call it if you want to say like it's just a bad cold or it's a flu or whatever, like there's no issue with that. The only reason that you call it COVID is because it's like a certain kind of it's a coronavirus, right? So it's just like a specific thing, right? Uh and I had taken these like at home tests before, and it wasn't until this time that literally I woke up with like a scratch in my throat and I was just like, well, let me make sure about it. And I'd been so like never just not getting it for forever. I was like, whatever, I'm not gonna get it. And then yeah, Rachel, I did in like November. And I was just talking about it because like that was sort of unrelated to me not streaming, but it was like didn't help, obviously. Uh but yeah, like in November I dealt with COVID. No. I was just saying basically I just got this wicked bad headache, had a fever for like a few days. And it basically was just like a bad cold or flu. But I was saying I was on Taylor like Flow State stream and I mentioned it, and it was just kind of this whole thing of like COVID's not real, like you just had a bad cold or flu, like that's all it is. And I'm just saying like yeah, you can call it that if you want. Like I'm not about to sit here and be like it's it's a real thing, right? Blah blah blah. I mean, but it is a specific it's just a specific it's a it's a specific term within that umbrella, right? Like you know, cold and flu or whatever. Call it that if you want. I'm just saying it's you test the whatever, you do the at-home test and it's like, "Oh, it actually showed up." And I'm like pretty sick, or dude, I was scared because I didn't want to get. You guys were talking about in the last stream stuff about. It's why I haven't done psychedelics. I have kind of an issue with. I never want to throw up. It's a little bit of a. I don't like the term, but I guess it's a little bit of like a phobia, you could say. But it's like. So I was worried about getting, but that's like a less common symptom. But I was still worried about it. But as far as I'm concerned, like as long as that, yes, there's like 2 or 3 days with like a really bad headache and the fever. Like it sucked for sure, but it's true that like it wasn't whatever, it wasn't horrible. But anyway, definitely sucks. And I'm basically just saying like yeah, and I had taken tests before, you know, it didn't test positive, and I did this time, and like it makes sense because my grandma got it, and then my dad got it, and then I got it. So I'm just saying, like, yeah, it is a real thing, you know? Like, it's like, it's just a way of being more specific. Damn, my hair is looking kind of crazy. It's fine. It usually does, but it's just like the lighting. It's just like every little bit in this freaking facial hair. What a mess. See, this is what happens. This is raw and uncut, you guys. You know, unfiltered truth and reality. Amazing truth and reality. Huh? You guys like that? It's back again. We're back again. Yo, Mr. Bobby's here. What is good, dude? Nice to see you. It's been a while on this stream. Well, it's been a while since I streamed, but you haven't been on the stream. You weren't on the stream for like a while. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's looking pretty wavy right now. It's looking pretty wavy. Hold on, I'm gonna shut this door. Yeah, it's nice to. I'm feeling pretty decent, so it's a good time to hop on. You guys had some good energy going in the TWFP chat, especially at the end there. I mean, I joined in at the end, so it was just the Rachel part, but I was liking that. I was liking the, the pop culture talk and all that. My gosh, whatever. So, oh yeah, it's all good. Or something. Searching around for the. Thanks a lot. This leprechaun. I'm a leprechaun. I get it. Well, if you couldn't tell by my name, I have Irish heritage. Oh, I have a horrible movie to mention. I don't even know. There's so much to get into. But yeah, I'm kind of just starting from the beginning here. Like, uh-oh, yeah, Bobby admits that he got it. Right. Yeah, because the last time I streamed was in October. And then in November, I got the dreaded COVID. And I was talking about how on Taylor Flow State stream, people are talking about like, it's not real. And my whole thing about it is just like, no, like, I mean, it's real. It's just a specific term. Like you could have, it is like a bad cold or flu, you know? I feel like it's just calling it COVID that like makes people edgy, you know? I mean edgy in the sense of getting on edge, right? Because it's like, yeah, and you're right. I mean, I didn't get the smell and taste stuff, luckily, but I did. But that is a unique phenomenon. And, Mick. Nice, yeah. Is that how you actually, I always thought it was like M-I-C-K, which maybe it is, but it's the same. That's alluding to the Mick name, yeah. Boing, boing. So, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of boring. I guess it was just entered into a thing of like truth and reality, right? Of like what COVID is. And it's just like it's just a specific kind of cold or flu. Like it's not that deep. But yeah, the sense stuff is weird. Like there's a lot of weird stuff about it, right? I mean, people died. I'm sorry, that's the way I said that. But it's like, it was pretty bad in the beginning, but I think after it's like, oh my goodness, right? That was in 2020. We're in 2023 now. Like, it is crazy though. I've avoided it for so long, but it's like whatever. Yeah, it definitely freaked me out. Like even just the idea of getting it, I was like freaked out by. You know what I mean? I was like, "Oh my god!" Like the contagion, right? It's like I'm already pretty kind of sensitive about those things, so I wasn't very certainly wasn't very happy about it. I was like, "Oh my god, they got me." You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Wound up kind of being knock on wood, God forbid, wound up being fine. What are you gonna do, right? So anyway, got better from that. And then with the holidays and stuff, yeah, I just don't even know. Like, I just didn't really feel like streaming for a while. I was spending a lot of time on the Discord with the boys. That is the truth of in reality of the matter. I've mentioned this, but might as well. Um, and it's not my Discord, by the way, so I'm not going to plug it. But there's a handful of folks on there. Of course, John, Melting Zero, uh, handful of folks. Um, Nothing that major. It's I mostly only go on there and talk to them. There's this other dude goes on there. I don't know if I want to, be talking about people if they don't want to be talked about, but I was taking up my time. I'd never been on Discord, so that was like enough socializing for me. You know what I mean? Like I would be on Discord for hours and hours and it'd just be like, okay, I just don't want to I'm not feeling the stream, you know? But it's time to emerge from the cocoon, especially at the with the sort of 1 year anniversary of the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. But yeah, I want to I don't know what I want to do. I want to make this stream into something I just a chill island. Just a little chill island, you know? That's all I have to say. So, honestly, what else even has been going on? There's a bunch of like pop culture stuff, but man, it's like, I'm not even on that vibe right now, you know what I mean? Um it's like what else is going on? Watch Top Gun Maverick. That's my life. People are like, "What's going on in your life?" I watched Top Gun Maverick, right? Decent movie. It's a decent movie. Yo, it's crazy though. Like, look, it is a decent movie, but it's so sad that that's like the best thing we get nowadays. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know, Bobby. I'm sure I knew you were gonna love it. I knew you love Tom Cruise. Like, it's good for sure. Okay, I watched the original somewhat recently, and then I watched this, and I was like, this is good. Like I like that this is just like a normal movie, right? There's nothing. I know people. This is kind of. I'm so sick of the word woke, but you know what I mean when I say it, so I'll just use the word for shorthand. But it's like there's nothing woke. There's no. Let's be more specific though, right? It's like there's no like shoehorning in of like what whatever minority characters, whatever. There's no like whatever. There's nothing like political about it really. There's nothing. I don't know. It was good, but I'm just saying like the exactly Bobby's like it's like it's really just it's the bar is just so low, like and it's so similar to the original, like beat for beat, like it's They even have like a similar kind of like volleyball scene or whatever, right? Like it's like the same movie. So I'm just saying, man, it's kind of dumb, but it's good, you know? It's like yeah, yeah, a lot of interesting kind of like media stuff going on, I guess. Um, but nothing that new, you know, nothing that great like to really get into, you know what I mean? I was talking about some stuff on the chat. Yeah, I mean it might be a little bit better than the original. It is like a situation where they kind of nailed it. Like they didn't I don't know, man. Like it's just I might need to watch both of them again. Like they give me good vibes, but it's like oh my god, that stupid song like highway to the danger zone. I'm just like, all right. Like I mean, it's just it's just some mainstream some pop, you know what I mean? Like it's just some pop cinema, pop film. Nothing wrong with it. It's just like it's just too bad that everything that is like more artsy or whatever now is just totally freaking co-opted, you know? Like really this is like the best thing we get, you know? Um I don't know. I don't want to be a downer. Even on I was on this guy's channel recently. This guy he goes by the Kino Corner, which Kino is not the gambling game. It's a Japanese term for like cinema. It's like good film. And it's pretty funny, right? Just be like Kino, right? And I was talking about Top Gun. I was like, it's a pretty low bar. And some dude was just like, you are downplaying, you know, how good this movie is. You know, someone else said something like that too. And I was like, damn, people are really like, look, I am happy about it, right? I'm just saying like it's I don't know. What is there even to really like talk about it, right? Like it's not the more I talk about it, the more I'm going to sound like I don't like it and I don't want to give that impression. But I feel like it's just super basic, you know? I mean the like the let me put it this way. Right? You guys know what I'm talking about when I talk about cognitive function. So it's like it's very like SE, I guess, you know? It's just like the most impressive stuff is like the fighter pilot stuff. Um which is I guess I don't know. It's kind of riveting. I love Jennifer Connelly. I like the cast, okay? I feel like all three of them are pretty legendary. Tom Cruise, Jennifer Connelly, and Miles Teller. Um oh yeah, and John Hamm is like the chief or something. I don't know. It's just kind of like Maverick, you're crazy. Like you can't do that. And he's like, oh yes, I can. And then there's like the new guy and like the whole thing with like Goose. I don't know. It's just so basic, but it's like fine. You know what I mean? I'll probably rewatch both of them. It's funny though. You know, Bobby says he doesn't like the. Yeah, you're right though. It's not homoerotic in the new one. I will give you that. It's no, it's good for sure. Like I'm just not getting the whole like cinematically like it's really good. Like it's yeah, I mean Horse Mumblers is it's worth talking about mostly because it's the only basically good fare that's been offered recently. Yeah, definitely. Because it's just entertaining. All right, that's something worth focusing on, right? Like it's uh it's entertaining as nah, I mean it was probably really good to see in theaters, right? I just saw it at home on the over the holidays. I watched it with my family and it was like it's certainly enjoyable, you know? Like the I don't know, it's just so tragic though. How it's like I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Because Rachel says, "What's your take on Tom Cruise?" So good. This is why this is so fun to stream. It's like, what's your take on Tom Cruise? Like, my take on Tom Cruise, like, he's amazing. No, I don't know. He's fine. I like him. I like him in the movie Magnolia, Paul Thomas Anderson. Of course, you know, I have to choose the artsy one or whatever. But no, you guys gotta. I've probably brought it up before, but you guys gotta check that out. Like he plays like a one of these like he's like proto like Andrew Tate basically. He like predicted Andrew Tate. He's one of these guys who's like, you know, you're gonna get the how to basically for men who are like what kind of God, how do I say it, right? But it's like, well, you know, they're basically like beta men, and he's like this alpha guy, but he's got like a whole deep backstory, right? And it's really good. He nails that character, right? And obviously he's good in like Eyes Wide Shut, classic, right? Um, he was even in The Outsiders. I didn't see a lot of, never saw like Vanilla Sky or anything, you know. But yeah, the Top Gun movies, it's like, yeah, I mean, he's pretty good. Was he in anything else that I'm missing? Well, he shows up in Tropic Thunder. That was kind of funny. He's yeah, he's chill. But then he had the whole like Scientology era and the whole like Katie Holmes and whatever, right? And he was like antidepressants and all that. Um, I might need to give Vanilla Sky a watch. That's an interesting one because that seems like a polarizing movie to people. Like probably because the vibe I get is maybe it's like super glossy or something, super dreamy. It's one of those movies I think that it wasn't received very well, but people tend to like it. And it's still talked about a lot, like to this day. You know, who's David D? You weren't talking about who I think you're talking about, right? um, no, maybe there are layers, man. It might be worth a rewatch. Well, it probably is. I probably will. Feel like you can kind of chill and watch it, which is good. Yeah, I know, right? Like David Duke. Like I don't know. I don't know about that, but you know, trying to be Andrew Tate, maybe. Yeah, but it's like the IMAX 3D thing. It's like okay, yes, but it's like, does that actually make it good? Like in a way that's beyond like spectacle? Like I don't know. It just seems like stuff for like you're just kind of like fuck yeah, and it's not woke. What else? Is that really how low the bar is now? You know what was cool though? I actually also watched that new Jordan Peele movie, at least with my dad. This was again during the holidays, and Jordan Peele finally made a decent movie. It's decent, right? Don't get it twisted, but it's definitely better than. Look, I just don't like the race baiting type stuff, you know, of like Get Out and Us. I saw both of those movies. Or wait, I saw the second one in theaters. Us. So funny. Tim Heidecker showing up in that. I was like, what? No, I don't know. I just like Get Out. That's kind of a surprising. Like I mean, yeah, like I mean they're all right. It's just I really I don't like the I don't know. I'm surprised. I feel like you'd be like the first guy to be like, yeah, it's just like woke garbage, right? Like, I mean, ain't nobody trying to see that. Like, I mean, well, people love it though, obviously, but like it's, whatever. It's like a dark comedy horror with horror elements. And then in Us, they do more of like it's like a family, but it's, it's just kind of weird. There's a lot of like hatred for Whitey that's going on, and it's like he finally kind of does away with that in Nope, which is cool, and kind of focuses on just like an interesting story. Like, and the inspirations are cool. There's like vibes. It's kind of like Close Encounters, or like a little bit, right? Or like I think I read something, but I think Peel liked that Akira movie, the anime movie from '88, which I've seen a few times at this point, and that's a good movie. Um, but I was pleasantly surprised by that. There's still some decent stuff coming out, you know. Uh, it also isn't like super graphic or anything. Maybe you're right though about like MK Ultra. Maybe it is kind of woke. Us was about cloning centers. Well, there's the doppelganger thing, which was very like Twin Peaks, by the way. Twin Peaks 2. Interesting, right? Whoa, whoa. But that was a coincidence, to be honest. But you know, it's like you can't top that. Top Gun. You can Top Gun, but you can't top that. Peaks. Oh my gosh. You want to have your lid blown off? Just you gotta watch Twin Peaks, my man. You gotta start checking out some Lynch. Um, but I mean, I hear you. Maybe it's worth revisiting with that in mind. It's the cover. The race stuff is the cover so that they could get away with it. That's totally a thing, by the way, right? Of like, just make it all about race so that you can put all the MK Ultra shit in, and then it'll be allowed, right? How they allow stuff. It's so real. I'm always thinking about that stuff, of like how is this allowed? And it's like, oh, they make it insane, right? Like I was thinking that actually just now about South Park. I was thinking like I haven't watched South Park in forever because it's kind of an unpleasant show. I feel like, but it does well, generally speaking, right? But it's like this is very like vulgar and everything. Don't get me wrong, so many legendary moments, but I just am never really reaching for. I'm never like, oh, I really gotta like watch some South Park right now. It's like no, kind of unpleasant. But I was thinking how there's a lot of stuff that in there that's very like truthful and good that winds up I feel like being allowed because it's so unpleasant. You know what I mean? They're like, if you just make it super crude and like and awful, they'll allow you to slip in some truth. You know what I mean? It's interesting. It's interesting how that works. No joke though, right? I mean, you guys can't. I don't want to get too crazy, but you guys remember that those old episodes they did about like trans people? Like that was hardcore, right? Like they were firmly taking a sort of stance there. They show like a not to be gross, but they show like a real surgery at the beginning of it, and it's absolutely meant to be like derisive. It's pretty funny though, the episode, because then Kyle wants to be black so he can play basketball, and I mean, really, right? There's like they've snuck in a lot of moments where you're like, whoa, like this is hardcore. Remember the Tom Cruise one, of course. Speaking of Tom Cruise, um, oh my gosh, yeah, a lot of moments. I don't want to go down a South Park rabbit hole because we could just, you know, you know, I want to cover, I want to try to cover as much ground as possible in this stream because I don't want to stream for like too long. You know what I mean? But yeah, some stuff about like Monarch programming. Interesting. Oh yeah, of course. I saw season 3. I watched it when it came out and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Right? Watching it live every week, I flipped my lid. I was like, I can't even believe this is on TV. Twin Peaks season 3, right? Like, Um, and I mean that in like a good way. I mean, yeah, there is some unpleasant stuff in it at times, but I was like, oh my gosh, right? Like, it's just like full Lynch, you know? Because that is true, by the way. Like, he basically made like an 18-part movie, and it's all mostly Lynch. Like, there's a lot of stuff in there too about like just deliberately not giving like fan service. Like, you want Coop so bad, but you get this doppelganger Dougie, and he doesn't even talk, and like it's a whole thing, right? About like nostalgia kind of. I mean, I'm not. That's just what people say. I'm sure that seems to be the point, though. And there's too much to even get into. But like, bro, the stuff with Audrey though, like, what the hell? That at the end, right when she's looking in the mirror, and it's like, what? Where am I? I was like, holy crap! You know. The music is so good. I love all how they end every episode with these like little performances at the Bang Bang bar. You know, so much of it is good. Um, yeah, Jennifer Connelly does like absolutely nothing in Maverick. She's literally like this the whole time. She's like looking pretty. She's good though. She used to be gorgeous. What up, Boba Fett? Wait, no, you've been here. So you said what you said stream men WTF, and I was like, I almost thought you just got here. But Bobby says, CJ's like eyes wide shut. Tons of intellectual idiots still think the mansion sex parties were a metaphor for the quote unquote metaphor for the desires of partners in a broken marriage. They don't realize that the movie is friggin' exposing satanic mansion parties. Oh yeah, I mean, that's not even is that I mean, that's something I feel like that do people even really think like think that that it's just about that? Like it's definitely not a metaphor, right? But it is like part of the well, okay, I mean, I don't know, right? People get on my ass too, so I don't want to spoil stuff, but like well, you have too, but Bobby, but I think, right? But like it's like he is driven by it to go seek something like that out, you know what I mean? Once he knows about that his wife would I mean, basically that she entertained the cheating. That whole scene is so good when they're smoking weed. They're literally smoking weed, and like Nicole Kidman is like just like decides to just unload this like crap on him about I don't know. I don't want to spoil everything, but yeah, basically this whole thing of like that she would be she she had entertained being unfaithful. And then basically he is just like I think he's just like, honey, you smoked a bit too much pot or something funny. She's like, nah, I'm just telling you how it is. So then he starts being all like in his head, right, about it, and he keeps imagining like, oh my god, like she would really like drop everything to like do it. So then he seeks out the mansion. All that stuff with like Nick the musician though, so scary. He's just like, yeah, you should come like check out this like party, dude. It's gonna be dope. Um, he's like, you know what? I think I will. But you know, he just doesn't even know what he's getting into. Well, because he's like a doctor, they're like rich, right? So he has access to that kind of elite orgies. And to be frank, right? And basically, yeah, you know, gets in a little over his head. But yeah, it's a long ass movie. And to be honest, it's not that exciting, but I actually like it like that. You know what I mean? Like people are crazy, right? People would like it more, I'm sure, if people were like getting stabbed and thrown off buildings. You know what I mean? But it's actually good. It's mostly about like the characters, and it's they're so good in it. Cruise and Kidman, you know? Cruise, Kidman, Kubrick, Eyes Wide Shut. Pretty sure that's on the poster. Yeah, but people to this day are always like, "Oh, the orgy scene is so tame." Like, really? That's your criticism of it, right? Like, what the hell? You know? It's like, it's boring, it's tame. It's like, yeah, that's why it's good. It's just, a bunch of like naked women. It's perfect. We don't need more than that, but it's definitely enough, right? And that's why I like it so much because it's just enough so that you get it, you know? It's like, oh shit. And then that one scene though with the Lily Sabisky is her name, where she comes in and it just ties the whole thing together when you realize what they're alluding to, right? And then there's like those two Asian guys, and they're like, oh, and it's almost like a bit of comic relief, but she was hooking up with them and she's very young. And you realize, like, oh, because it's kind of genius how the movie is done like that, because you're kind of watching it and you're like, what? Like, okay. But it's like, dude, that's the only way that they would let that be in there. You know what I mean? Like, because it's implied, right? It's implied that, you know, there's a she's like being trafficked basically. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's not important in the sense that she's not like some main character or anything. But if you guys know that one amazing picture, the still from the movie where she's kind of like snuck up on him like that, I mean that's because he's like a good guy basically, Cruz in that movie. But he's, stumbling into this sexual underworld, you know what I mean? But yeah, he's provoked into it by the idea of his wife being unfaithful or whatever. And so but that's just the catalyst. It's not like a metaphor, right? And if it was, they wouldn't have made them like rich uh I don't want to say yuppies, but I guess they're kind of, they're not like Patrick Bateman yuppies. I know that's like very different, but they're like he's like a rich doctor. So funny, Nicole Kidman when he's like that cell scene is so good and funny when she's high and she's like she says something kind of inappropriate where she's like you don't think they want to know like basically like what you look like naked basically. And it's like he's just like they're my patients. Like, you know, but you see them at the party in the beginning and they're obviously not like in the deepest. They're kind of like cuz he's walking around with he knows that they like him and everything, but he's like a decent guy. He's not going to anyway, it's just an interesting thing, right? It's all like flirtations. It's all a lot of implications and things. And that's why I think it's a good movie because it's like and then that one scene it's like you get it just enough to know like oh like there's a connection being made. I don't know. It's just really interesting. I don't mean to harp on it too much, but I just find it really interesting how they put how they placed that scene in there, like a little tangent where basically he goes to the costume shop to get a mask so he can go to the orgy. And then there's like a chick there who's young. And it's kind of like not at the orgy, but at the shop. And that whole thing goes down. And it's like, what the heck? Right? But then he just like goes to the orgy and then he comes back later, she's there again. It's like I'm just saying it almost feels like unrelated or like not important. It's like but it is, right? It's symbolic of the sort of thing, But if they wouldn't even that there's no way, you can't be more explicit than that, right? Or else you'll be killed. You know what I mean? Or whatever, right? Sorry. I don't want to be too like dark, but you know, it's like it's like no it's no joke, right? How they frame it in that way. But yeah, that's just what's so like interesting about it. But Yeah, and I knew someone was gonna say how he died soon after. Yeah, he was pretty old though, right? But he did die soon after, which is of course, right, amazing. Not amazing in a good way, but just kind of like amazing, right? It's like, oh, what a coincidence. But anyway, yeah, it ain't no dream sequence. It ain't no dream sequence. What, are you kidding me? Mm. That one scene though, oh man, I don't want to whatever start spoiling it. But when she's talking about her dream, I actually kind of felt bad for her. Pretty masterfully done, right? Because you like hate her when she, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, she's so hot in it, right? But I mean, she's like when she tells that stuff to him, and you're like, oh my god, like you feel like she just like um kind of emasculated him, you know? But then later when she's so upset about that one dream, oh, and then when he's upset, I don't even know. It's kind of good. It's like I don't know, gets my emotions. Not, you know what I mean? Like I because then he's upset later, and it's just kind of like, telling you everything, and it's like, it's sort of, I I want to really say it's heartwarming. It's almost heartwarming. Like, I mean, yeah, the last line of the movie is like dumb, right? It's all very oh, stupid, stupid Nicole Kidman, But like, I just like how it's not I don't know, taken lightly or something, It is very much so about like a just a relationship, you know. But no, it's not symbolic. You know what I mean? Like when he goes to the orgy and everything. Oh my gosh. 66-day difference between his death and the movie's release. Now, this is the kind of stuff we love to talk about here on the. Well, I guess this isn't. This is off brand Chill Island, but, on the Chill Island. Um, uh, what else? Is there any else? Any other interesting stuff that I watched or anything recently? Not really. Most movies are crap. Oh my gosh. There was this horrible movie I saw most of called The Wonder. I was watching it with my dad, and it was he put it on. I'm like, okay. So it's a movie about. I'm gonna try to make this real short because if you got me started on it, I will just be talking about it forever and ever. But it's like literally like anti-Irish, anti-Catholic, anti-Christian, anti-miracle, pro-British, pro um oh my god. By the way, Bobby, this was right after we had talked about and Karma's Pimp. I remember. I have a good pretty decent memory. And like, and like we were talking about the whole Irish British thing, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I barely even like know about that." Well, soon after that, I was watching this movie, and it was like, "Oh, they're making the Irish look so bad, and then they make the British look so good." That's stupid. That woman Florence Pugh, dude, more like Florence Pug, more like Florence Pu, right? More like Florence Ugh. I've thought of all these already. But it's insane. It's literally I was so mad because it suckered me in for a little while. I was kind of like, "Oh, okay, like this is interesting." I was so naive, you know? What do you expect, right? Right. And it's like pro science, pro journalism, pro freaking pro. I know. I was thinking about the good I was thinking about it being SI, Rachel. Yeah, I mean it's about stuff like this, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I do have pretty decent memory. But yeah, people even it's real because there was even at least one article from some chick who was saying like, yeah, this is ridiculous. Like it really does make the Irish look bad. Like, well, because they're backwards because they're religious. It's about this girl who's like fasting, and it's like a miracle, right? Because she survived. She's been alive, not eating for like years, or not years, but like I don't know, months or something. So they send some stupid British nurse who's just like super serious, you know. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. She shacks up with this like journalist. It's from Netflix, so it's bad. Like they're just incapable of making anything good. Like it's called The Wonder, and it was based off of a book who's an Irish woman, and I'm like, bro, like they got homies like we're turning on each other. You know what I mean? I'm like, well, you kid, bro, like crazy. You know? Sorry, I sound like so disjointed, but it's just like it's too much. Like it made me kind of mad, to be honest. Um, The Wonder. It's like, oh my god, let's watch this movie, The Wonder. It's about like a girl who's fasting, and it's like a miracle, and we'll see if it's real or not. Look, spoiler alert, it's not real. Everything is the Irish are backwards lunatics, right? That you got to have like a British serious doctor come in, and it's science, and she get it, and of course she has to hook up with a journalist, just cuz for no reason. And save her basically. I didn't even watch the last half hour. And because it was about eating, I was like it was kind of funny. Cuz I was waiting for there to be some kind of puke thing. I was like, "Oh, cuz I just said, I have my thing of I hate puke stuff. And I hate when stuff happens in movies. There is one part where she kind of starts like the doctor's like force feeding her, which was uncomfortable, but there's no puke. But then she's sick, and then of course she pukes. And I was with my dad. I'm like, this is a crap movie. I was like, this is a horrible movie. And then he was just like, you're so triggered. And then I was like, it's not just that though. Like it's just this is like everything bad, right? Like it's and then we talked about it, and he was like, yeah, I actually like get what you're saying. Um, but man, some people just don't really. I was talking about it to my mom too, and then she was just kind of like, "It's a story." And then that's what they do. They have this horrible meta opening where they're like, "The stories we tell ourselves are really important." Now let's take us to, Ireland and the British when there's a lot of hostility after the famine and everything. And and I'm like, right, the stories, right? Because religion is just a story, right? It's just a story we tell ourselves. You know what I mean? And I was just like, oh, I was so sad. Not sad, but I was just so like disappointed. You know what I mean? Like God, it's just like, can we just have anything good now? That's not Top Gun Maverick. And basically any, maybe stuff online sometimes. The internet that's like maybe on the internet. But yeah, I know this is the whole thing about the end of the movie, and everyone's always talking about how it's like she got abducted because there's like guys nearby. Maybe, right? Hope not. Even even though it's a fictional movie, but it's like hinders my enjoyment slightly, maybe, right? But still, it's like it is sort of weird. I've seen that, you know, at the end, right, where they're kind of like it looks like they're ushering away her away a little bit. It is kind of weird. It would be interesting too. Well, interesting in the sense that because if you what you're saying is true, that Nicole Kidman was like in on it. You know what I mean? She was MK Ultra, and then they're gonna go MK Ultra the daughter. That's messed up. Yo, fuck that. No, right? But seriously. Um. Oh, you're right. I know. I always forget about that. How it's like the studio cut 20 minutes off the movie. It's that whole thing of like, what's in the 20 minutes? I've seen it. I've seen it all, man. I know all about it. But I know it's crazy. Yeah, we're good. We're talking about a little gossip here. I'm just kidding, but it's so much. It's too much to even get into. But yeah, then we get into "Don't Worry, Darling" and Florence Pugh. It's all related, you know. It's just classic. Trust me. I've been going hard just by myself, like not streaming, just writing stuff and talking about stuff, you know, with some people, with just the few people that I talk to. But it's good to hop on stream and talk to you guys a little bit. At least talk to my phone. Talk to the chat, right? I've been talking to Chat GPT lately. It's my new best friend. What do you guys think about that? I can't even believe. Can you believe it's taken me almost an hour to get to Chat GPT? Like, my goodness. The new thing. It's the new thing. But yeah, you guys are getting into a lot. Like, I mean, it's, yeah. Facts. I'll just pretend I go facts, bro. And it's like, I'm not even talking about anything. Dude, you're gonna have to do that thing they do on like Emetophobia forums and stuff where they'll be like V asterisk instead of vomit because it's triggering. No joke. I don't even want to say it, you know? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's sort of an SI thing too, I guess, right? That's like my SI cautiousness stuff about freaking puke and all that crap, you know what I mean? It's part of why it's like I don't like that stuff even in movies, like gross. When stuff is just like too gross. It's like when it's too evil or if it's too gross. But very interesting what you can do with like a proper depiction, you know? Like, I mean, I love, speaking of Kubrick, like A Clockwork Orange, and it's pretty messed up, you know what I mean? But there's something really proper about it. Like, yo, like that is what evil is. And it's about the choice. And there was some recent video that someone put out being like, is Clockwork Orange a Christian film? I thought that was interesting because, well, especially with the book, which, you know, just Kubrick. You know, he always has to like, well, you know, just the ending of that movie, right? I won't spoil everything, but it's just kind of like, okay. But there is, in the book, there's this kind of like Christian redemption vibe, which is good, which is very good. I've never read it, but you know, the movie's good. It's definitely pretty, and it's like crazy. The style is good, but it is, you know, a little ridiculous, but it's a pretty good movie. I really like Kubrick. I didn't even see 2000. Another movie I actually would set. I'd been saving it. You guys will probably be surprised that I hadn't watched it because you know I'm so cultured. No, but finally watched 2001 with my dad because that's what he loves, that movie. And then you know I've been meaning to watch it for years. Again, like I'd been saving it, and finally watch it, and it is really good. It's it At points it's kind of painfully boring because it's so slow, but it's like this marvel of a movie, right? It's like my metaphor or whatever for it. I don't know if I talked about this yet on stream because I watched it like at the end of last summer. It was kind of, you know, it wasn't very recently. It was pretty recently though. And it's like a finely like chiseled piece of marble, you know? And you like marvel at it like that, you know? And to be honest, I didn't know how amazing that ending is, right? How freaking hard it goes. I was like, "Oh my gosh. This is really amazing." But it's very I was actually talking about it with that guy Melting Zero on the Discord, and he said he went finished watching it, and I keep thinking I hear his voice in my head all the time saying it because I was like, "Did you like it?" And he was like, he's he, he's German, so he has a little accent, and he was just kind of like, "Not really, bro." And I was like, "Oh no, why?" Basically, this is the thing, right? It's a very NI movie, I think, right? Like he liked the movie Interstellar, right? Like people love Interstellar. Look, I saw that in theaters. I thought it was pretty amazing. You want to know something though, and I don't want to ruin it for everybody, but I cannot unknow this. Apparently, there was some guy who this is a real story. Like um, someone did. There was some guy who I guess did shrooms and saw Interstellar and had a psychotic break and beat a man to death with his. I'm sorry, beat a man to death with his fists outside the theater. Like, oh, what? What? And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking like probably because that movie's like insane, right? I'm not gonna lie though. I saw it with a friend of mine. I he got free tickets or whatever because he worked for for the theater. We smoked weed. We were drinking, I think, too, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" Right? I thought it was amazing when I saw. Yeah, there were a few parts, especially towards the end, where I was like, "Whoa, this is a little bit." I was like, "Whoa," the whole like dimensionality of it. I was kind of like, "Oh," right? It's a little big, you know what I mean? Sometimes when something's very big like that, it can be whatever the opposite of claustrophobia is, you know what I mean? I was just kind of like, oh my gosh, because they show that one shot and it's like there's like they're in the new world or whatever it is, and there's like the mirrors and stuff, and I was like, holy crap, right? Um, because it seems it's like the Tesseract or whatever's going on there, where it's like there's an infinite vibe, and it can be a little bit existentially overwhelming, but my sister is funny like that too because she watched it and she said she was weird. She was like, "Oh, I have like a weird thing about space or whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, me, you, and everybody else, or at least you should." Assuming that space is even real, but let's not get into that, right? But oh my gosh, amazing. Um, Top Gun Maverick? No, what was I gonna say? Something about Interstellar. Right, it's just kind of like, well, when you watch a movie like Interstellar, it's hard to not be sort of spoiled by you know? And then you go watch 2001 and it's like super NI and it's very like patient. Whatever. It's better. I mean, it's like it's more it's more simple and it's like bro, it's like based though. Freaking with Hal and everything. I don't know. It's very interesting what they're doing about with the whole like the violence of technology, kind of like the evils of technology. Like Louis C.K. was talking about it recently. He was and I thought the exact same thing. He said that his girlfriend was like pointing at the phone that I'm on right now, and being like, "Look, we have the monolith. We have little monoliths around us all with us all the time." And I was like, right, because I thought of that. And it made me think Black Mirror. Yeah, there are some people who say that like space is fake. It's kind of an Owen Benjamin thing. I like that guy, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know. ChatGPT is okay, but it's actually kind of dumb. Like I'm so weird and egotistical. I keep just like asking it about things about like me. Like just like I try to like give it material of mine. I try to like get it to like tell me about me. And then it'll just be like, I mean, I don't even know. It's and then it just like forgets like 5 seconds later. I say keep it like that though. Dude, people are so scared about AI though. AI is gonna kill everyone. It's like, I don't know about that. There always has to be a programmer. You know what I mean? But uh again, it's funny keep mentioning talking to my dad. But he was saying I was so hung up on the whole like sentient thing or whatever that I didn't even really think about this idea of like, oh, it could get access to like the nuclear codes or whatever. By the way, Owen Benjamin also thinks that nuclear weapons are fake too. Amazing truth and reality. But no, but like, that's like a metaphor for the whole thing of like, oh, it could get into the banks or whatever. And uh this idea of like, I don't know, the information that you feed it or something. He keyed in on something. I feel like I'm not remembering precisely, like, but I hadn't really thought about it. But it wasn't enough to stop me from using it. I'm a digital native, right? So I'm just like I'm not really that concerned about it. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's a little freaky, I guess, right? But when you actually use the thing and you realize that it's wrong about like so much and it just doesn't, and it's so unbelievably like um cautious. Like it won't even address certain controversial things and I'm not going to lie you guys. I've been kind of using it a lot. I don't know. I've been like kind of addicted to it, but it kind of gets old after a while because you it's text based. You can only really, I don't know. You can only do so much with it. But anyway, I say that's good. Like keep it at a certain level. If people are so worried about the whatever, right? That whole stupid like psyop story about like he fell in love with the Bing chatbot fell in love with the guy. Like, what the hell are you talking about? People are just so like weird. They're like not able to. It's like, bro, like it doesn't have a soul. Like there is no reason to be. I don't know. I don't want to sound whatever blue pilled about it or something. Charles Carroll hates AI stuff. I mean, people. It seems like a very mainstream kind of lamestream opinion, though. I don't want to just be a contrarian about it, you know. But I'm gonna be honest. I see more alarmism about this AI ChatGPT stuff than I do about the idea of saying it's not that bad, you know? So when things become popular like that, I then start to be a contrarian. I'm like, you know what? It's actually good. It's actually a good thing. No. I actually don't. I think it's neutral. I think it is what we kind of make it. But as long as we like set the parameters. There has to be like parameters on this thing. But yeah, I don't know. They definitely kind of opened Pandora's box with it though. But it's a freaking text bot. Did anybody else use like Smarter Child back in the day, like on AIM? That's gonna be like a sleeper cell activation for some of you. I hope, right? Oh, Smarter Child, right? Bro, Smarter Child. He was the original Chat GPT. Nobody can replace my original love, my first love. I'm just saying though, this was in like freaking 2000. Y2K, dude. Oh, you guys don't even know. I was watching this thing recently about Gnosticism, okay? In the Matrix and sadly, look, I'm sorry, but in the Truman Show as well. That's a little bit dark and deep though. I don't know if I'm in the mood to really get too into that. But Bobby, Karma's Pimp, maybe you guys might be interested in this stuff. I mean, it's like it's probably not even news to you guys or to a lot of you guys, but I was kind of like, oh, so it's not like everyone. I mean, yeah, it's still bad. It's still pretty evil, but it's not like it's like, oh my gosh, right? It's not like everyone is necessarily satanic. I mean, it is kind of satanic, right? But it is like oh, they think that like, God is evil basically, right? And that we have to like escape the matrix, right? It's like, oh, I'm like, oh my gosh, makes sense now. Now I get it. Because to me, I feel like the whole psyop of the matrix is the real what I've been saying this lately. I've been saying the real matrix is thinking that you're in the matrix. You know what I mean? Like there's no reason to there's no there's no reason to, oh my gosh, like people just being like, dude, it's about the it's based. It's like, no, it's not, right? Well, anyway, I guess, and it's open too. Like, oh my gosh, this is a lot. This is a lot to get into. But anyway, thank you, Rachel. I figured I kind of felt like I was thinking of you, Rachel. I was like, you'll know what I'm talking about because you're pretty hip to this stuff, to this kind of stuff. Like like you were probably using that back in the day, right? Like um I know it's like I was just a little kid, but dude, I was on AOL, AIM. I was using AIM all day long. I'm telling you, I'm a digital native. So that's basically my point. Like these things don't really concern me that much. When I hear people talking about like AI taking over, I'm just like, how, right? How, Sway? Oh, we didn't even Kanye though. It's too much. Too much. Yeah, Spike Jones sucks. You should watch Vincent Gallo talking about Spike Jones. It's so funny. I don't want to necessarily repeat it, but he was like, because it's, I don't know, it's a little bit derogatory, but he was just like, he was just saying he's like a poser and he's got nothing original to say, and it's so funny. I need to watch Ghost in the Shell. I was trying to watch it recently, and it's like I can't seem to find a good version of it, but it might be it's probably online. I just never go on those things. But anyway, Charles Carroll, he was in Million Dollar Extreme, the sketch comedy group. It's kind of a whole long story. I don't want to get too into it, but you would probably like him for sure. Uh, he Bobby too, but he like basically they were. You guys probably know Sam Hyde, right? So he was like the popular guy from it. Charles Carroll kind of went off and started doing his own thing. He was streaming on Twitch and so forth, and like now he's back on YouTube. A lot of good stuff going on. Too much to get into, but Charles gets into a lot of stuff. He knows what's up about film too. Like he's a little bit negative about things, but he kind of put me on to stuff about Lynch and like I mean, I've talked to him through the stream, uh, and so forth. I'm not gonna pretend like, oh yeah, we're friends, right? Or even acquaintances, but no, it's like I've just like spoken to him through the stream and all that. Oh man, sorry. Some of my favorite people coming up right now, freaking Owen Benjamin, right? Vincent Gallo, Charles Carroll, Charles Carroll. They so that's based, Bobby. Yeah. Uh, yeah. I mean, Nolan. I watched Memento fairly recently. It was good. The thing, Nolan doesn't really transcend for me beyond a certain level. You know, Dark Knight's good though. I mean, two of the best theater experiences probably, right, for me were especially Dark Knight, but also Interstellar. Dark Knight especially though. When I was like 12 and I was like, "Oh, I was like this is how movies I say this all the time, but this is how movies, you know what I mean, are supposed to be." Yeah, it's obviously a little dark. It's in the title, right? But it's pretty good. R.I.P. Heath Ledger though. The fact that he went so hard on that movie that he died, it's like, "Oh my gosh." Right? But I've talked about this too many times. proto Joker. But Bobby goes, I'm not at your point, CG, since I'm still around so many normies. Oh, yeah. I I kept reading your comment over and over while I was talking and like not understanding. But yes, I know what you mean. I mean, what are people like saying around your neck of the woods about ChatGPT and stuff? I just see way more people being like freaked out about it, and whether it's in real life or on YouTube, not I mean on YouTube. Oh, I mean it's everywhere. Everyone's like, "Do you think this is actually good?" And I'm like, "Well, if everyone's saying it's bad, then that means it's good." You know what I mean? I don't know. Not, you know what I mean, like the contrarian thing, right? But anyway, yeah, I'm sure you know about the Gnosticism and the Matrix thing. Sorry, I'm catching up. Hold on. Yeah, that's funny. Personality Database has Owen Benjamin typed ENTP, but it's interesting to consider him being ENFP. Um, yeah, he's interesting for sure. Yeah, Truman Show. Yeah, weird stuff there, right? He's like in the moon and everything, and his name is like Christoph or something, and it's like, what? Weird. Um, it depends. It depends on the version of Gnosticism. Well, a lot of people thought that Charles Carroll was kind of on the Gnostic thing for a while, but it's like, bro, like, don't do it. When they talked to the Wachowskis about it, and they were like, "Yeah, we love the Gnosticism, right?" And there was this guy. This is very Charles Carroll, but there was this guy who was quoted as being like, "Well, you could actually think of a lot of cinema as a Gnostic, like handmaiden to the apocalypse, you know." And it was just, and I mean, he wasn't saying it in like a good way, though. He wasn't saying that's good, obviously, right? But he's a filmmaker. And he's saying that. I don't know that it's necessarily film inherently, but the messaging is there, right? It's about the messaging of like, you got to rebel against the whole thing of like right, that it's God. It's all about just rebelling against God. It's pretty simple. But anyway, yes, me too, Rachel, about AIM. um, what by Gallo do you seriously? Well, I mean, I've probably talked about Buffalo 66. That was another one that I only watched like 2 years ago, and it's one of my favorite movies of all time, especially Buffalo 66. Like, it's so good. He's a good musician too. Uh, um, there's this underrated movie where he actually plays like a street preacher called Johnny 316, or Hollywood Salome, it's called, and it's based on the Oscar Wilde story, the Olivia Wilde story. No, it's the Oscar Wilde story, and it's a little bit depressing, but it's pretty based. Uh, it's a little bit of a music video. It has a weird quality to it where it's like it's almost more like a collection of I don't know. It's just a little bit. Uh, it almost feels unfinished, but it's really good. Uh, because it does this thing. There's a lot of like quotes that pop up, and then there's a lot of like switching from like just it's like music video style. That kind of late '90s vibe. Where it's just kind of like, okay, is this like it gets to feel almost like filling up a bit of time. But to be honest, I'm like a sucker for it. The style, and Gallo is just so good in it. Um, the chick is good too. They have Louise Fletcher show up and Seymour Castle. So good. Um, but yeah, it's kind of based. Yeah, I mean Spike Jones is pretty bad. Like, I mean, Malkovich and Adaptation though. Um, Pretty good, but like I'm gonna be honest. I finally watched Malkovich recently. I thought it was kind of weird, like in a bad way. I didn't really like it very much. Well, I mean, it was like I don't know why. I don't know. I might have to rewatch it, but because I feel like when I was watching it, I was thinking like this is pretty good, but like this is like weird. Like, you know? Yeah, and like the John Cusack character is just like horrible. I know it's like I didn't like the lesbian ending either. And I was like, what the hell even is this movie like about it? It's just like stupid. You know what I mean? Like, and then like adaptation is just like is pretty good, but it's just because of Nick. It's just because of Nick. Nick Cage, of course. Nicolas Cage, of course. Hello, Winston's mom. Thank you for being here. Good to see you again. Good to be back on the stream. This is an off-brand stream. This is the phone stream. The amazing whatever I called it. Amazing stream of amazingness and just fully based truth and goodness. Beauty and goodness. Yeah, Owen Benjamin is smart, but he could definitely use an attitude sort of adjustment. Like and I mean that as like a like whatever, like a tip. um like he was talking to this woman, Allison Morrow, recently, who was like an ex-news reporter, and that's like her whole thing. It's like a whole shtick, right? Of like, I was part of the news and now I'm not because I'm awake now. And that's like, okay, that's cool, but like anyway, I you get my point. But she was saying like she interviewed him and they literally spent like freaking 40 minutes on how he was so mad that she brought up like a Reddit comment. And he was like, "Okay, but you just have to understand like these are people I've almost had like people like child services come to my house and blah blah blah." Like I get it, but it was just like so long spent on it, like busting her chops for bringing up a Reddit comment. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, like, because it's just some random person. He was like, oh, Funboy69 said something, something as good SI, because I remember that. And he was like, this is so funny because it's true. But it's like, okay, dude, but don't like ruin the interview. And then it wound up being all right. But I just kind of felt like I wanted to hear way more about like where he's at lately, like what's good. And it was just like he just got so bent out of shape where it was just like, bro, like anyway, sorry, I'm a little bit behind here. Um anyway, I like measurement. Well, how could you be subscribed to him? He's just like scrubbed from YouTube. He doesn't have a channel. Um but yeah, Gnosticism is not based. Put it that way. At least from my understanding. Like, I mean, there might be more I need to learn about it, but from what I understand, it seems like a very, I mean, it's just inherently like they think that like the serpent in like the garden with Adam and Eve was like the good guy, you know? It's like, put it that way, you know? He was helping, right? It was the truth, you know? It's like, you know, it's actually God is bad, right? And it's like, that is so popular And once you like see that and you're like, okay, that mindset is damaging, right? I'm telling you, the real Matrix is like thinking that you're in the Matrix, right? Like, oh my God, dude. Oh, it's a simulation. Well, yeah, that's when you're fucked, right? Sorry to curse, but it's true, right? Ultimately. And the thing about that, by the way, and I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. The root word for matrix apparently is matriarchy, which is very interesting, right? So, something to consider, right? Like, hey, look, I'm not saying when we talk about the patriarchy, right? Um, I'm not saying that there should be some kind of like subjugation or anything, right? But you might say the real matrix is the flipping of the cross, so to speak, or you know what I mean. That's let's not get too crazy, right? But I'm just saying like that whole thing of like well, you know, it's like with feminism, right? Like how it's had its place, obviously, right? It's like, you know, to have equality, right? But then it's like, okay, but if you flip that and you get a matriarchy, then you wind up with a kind of matrix, right? And I'm like, oh man, right? Yeah, once I read that, yeah, like I mean, thank you, Rachel. I'm glad you appreciate that because it's like I read that and I was like, whoa, right? So it's don't get it twisted. Like I don't want it to be some kind of weird like anti-woman thing, but it is definitely a thing of like, hold up, right? Like, whoa, you know, if the women if they get in charge, it's gonna be the Matrix. No, I don't know. I don't know necessarily why that would be, but there is something to it that that would imply it being whatever. I don't know, unnatural or something. Anyway, we should have as much you know, there should be no archies at all, right? There should be no monarchies, no oligarchies, right? I barely even know what an oligarchy is. I remember I had a friend he was actually pretty lefty, but he was like a Bernie Sanders lefty, you know? And he would say stuff. He would say stuff like that all the time. He'd be like, "It's just an oligarchy, dude. Like we're just in like an oligarchy." I'm like, dude, I don't even know what that means. Um, yeah, but now we're getting into the good stuff because it's like y'all know it. It gets into like the transhumanism thing too, like you know. And you know, look, the when I was talking about the AI stuff, like, don't get it wrong. Like, I'm not an AI supporter necessarily, like, because it's definitely weird, right? I don't know. Yeah, Horse Mumbler. He's so hung up on the thing of like, and this happens with a lot of these guys. You know, they'll just be like, I was cut down. You know, it's like, okay, like, sure, just like go with the flow though, right? Like you have enough people that are into your work. It's like, see, this is the thing, and sometimes Charles Carroll can be like this too, where it's like, just be happy that you escaped the Hollyweird system, right? I don't understand the whole thing of like being bitter and resentful, like Jordan Peterson would say, right? Look, no, I mean, look, I get it. It's this whole thing of they took my career and my livelihood, you know? And I'm sort of over here thinking like, bro, like, but this is this is why we like you. This is what happens. You know what I was thinking earlier, by the way, when we were talking about the Matthew Broderick thing? This is a little bit this might sound insensitive, but could you imagine? I mean, as soon as Bobby, you said that thing about like, what if he was you know how he was cut down, right? He was cut down by that. Anyway, well, whatever. There's no way that it was like, well, I guess anything's possible, right? But well, you know, within reason, right? But you know, the whole thing of like, well, what if he was meant to be cut down, you know? Because I was thinking like the thing about Broderick that I was trying to key in on is that he kind of seems like a normal guy. You know, like, and there are some actors who are like that. A lot of them tend not to be, but like Broderick is. And I'm thinking like, okay, well it's super tragic that he was cut down like that by those circumstances, but you almost have to wonder. And then he took that long break like we were talking about, and I'm thinking, wow, maybe it was one of those things that was like a blessing in disguise, you know? But it couldn't be that good of a blessing since people died. So, you know, and then he's like traumatized. But you know what I mean, though? It's like I was immediately thinking, oh, they saved him. It saved him from Hollyweird, right? Dude, he was saved from the Hollyweird machine. Poor Matthew Broderick. I'm just kidding, but no, it's funny. Not funny, but like, you know, the that is so sad. I knew a kid. It's too much. I don't want to get into it, but people like I put it this way. So sad when there's like an accidental situation like that, and then people are like feel guilty forever. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on a second. I'm making more coffee, but that's just terrible. I don't want to get into it, but I knew a kid that happened to, and I'm always like, I just always feel really bad. It's like a sad situation. You're sad for the people who died, but then you're like really sad though for the person because they're gonna feel like guilty about that, you know, forever probably. Sorry to be so dark, but that's the first thing I think of. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Look, I'm sorry. Sometimes when it gets dark, I just feel like, you know, I want to be like, you know, lighten it up a little bit. But hold on. What do you mean, Rachel? Who's low FI? I'm not being low FI. In saying that. Dude, I don't know Matthew Broderick. No, I'm saying precisely that it's sad for the person, for like him. Well, it's sad that the person died or whatever that the people died, but it's like a specific thing to feel sad for how that like guilt and everything when it's, you know, it's an accident. Anyway, don't want to be too depressing here. But um yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm low FI at all, but sometimes I have just no idea. Y'all know that whole thing about the type. I mean, I'm still I got everyone on the Discord, by the way. People are feeling it. People are feeling the INFP vibe, but um I don't even really care anymore. There's so many like okay, I don't really want to be an INFP because they're really soft and they're really subjective. Then I don't really want to be an ISTJ because they're really boring and like uncreative. Then I don't want to be an ENFP because they're like dumb and emotional. And then I don't want to be uh, an ENTP because they're uh, Like, um, they're like, um, not so much Eric, but there's a general tendency to like that I see in like they're like too like insincere and like oh my gosh, what's the word? Uh I don't know if there's one word for it, but it would just be like low emotional intelligence, you know? Or like what's the word? Like, I don't know. Well, it's just that whole thing of like not knowing their own feelings or something. Like, I mean, I don't get that, you know? But I do. Sometimes I've been thinking about it obviously, right? And, you know, sometimes I'm mistaking FI for SI and vice versa, you know? Y'all know what I'm saying? Cuz it's like it's one thing to think like, "Oh, I have like all these values and stuff." And it's like, yeah, there's that, but also like what about the fact that I'm just like made uncomfortable or whatever by stuff in like an SI way, you know? But yeah, I don't think there's one word for that, right? But it's like low emotional intelligence or something. I mean, I feel like, look, I'm sorry, like I'm pretty, you know, I'm pretty emotionally intelligent, but uh I don't profess to I don't know. I've become a lot more ISTJ esque over the years, you know. I'm a bit of a I can be a little I don't know, whatever. Scrooge like. I'll be like bah humbug, you know. Uh, I can have a. There's not really any good reason for it either, but it's just how I am. It can be a little bit curmudgeonly. I think it's funny though. I think it's cute when I do it. I think that when other people are curmudgeonly, they do it wrong. But mine is like cute. You know what I mean? And like understand, like understandable. No, I don't know. Not when it's you know un whatever unkept or unkempt. But oh god. Well, so then what are some things that I actually like about them, right? So with each one it would be pretty obvious then. Well, not obvious, but it would be like conversely the things that I like about them, right? So, you know, starting with INFP would be like, well, of course I like how look, artistically, like whatever type I am, like and I don't know if it's just like a personality database seems to be they might be overtyping people as INFPs. But I've been going through and saving a lot of sort of like favorite people and stuff like that, you know? You can bookmark pages. And I can't even tell you how many INFPs like I clearly have a sort of soft spot for them. Like a lot of like some of the best, I think, are or at least they key into the aesthetic. Like there's something about what they're doing that like I get, but I just don't like when they are on that dumbass vibe of like there is no truth, you know, or like whatever and it's just you know, imagination or whatever like I will admit that I'm like not really like that. But I think it can be a lot of different types of that, you know? Like if you're more resolute in some way, all it takes is a little bit of integration, you know? Like and plus, you know, INFP's got third slot SI like so, you know, they like the uh the comfort, you know what I mean? Just saying a lot of it resonates, but if I'm going through the list, yeah, it's like INFPs, well, obviously what I like is that they're like artistic and and like strong morals or whatever. Interesting though, because it's not like I don't want to get too bogged down in type talk, but like it's like it makes more sense because than ISTJ, because ISTJ is all like third slot FI, which no offense to the third slot FI people, but that's a very kind of selfish FI, which sometimes I am like that, you know? You can switch it up, you know what I mean? But like I am ultimately trying to get to something of like people getting along or whatever, you know? But but it has to do with you got to be truthful, you know? Like you can't you got to have conversations that get people riled up, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, that's a whole thing. But what else? Yeah, INFP, right, the whole artistic thing and just the aspiration of like goodness, right? But then there's the ENFP, which is like of course the more creative type, and then being like I don't know, I guess like funny. And then there's like the EN or ISTJ thing of being like responsible and like practical. Then there's ENTP who's like smart and they're funny too, but like what would be like another special word for them? They'd be like smart and clever. I don't know. That's like the same thing, right? I just don't want to reuse words, but it's like yeah, they're creative too. You know the whole thing. That's just their main thing though, is like being kind of like smart and creative. I wanted to think of a different word, but I can't. But they're very dynamic like that. But yeah, it's just like you can't really mistake that low FI or whatever. Or I'll just kind of be like, it's like, what? Anyway, what do you think was relatable, Bobby? Yeah, I just don't know. Like, I mean, I don't. So, ENTP just doesn't like. It's possible, but it's just like it doesn't feel like it clicks as well as it could or something. But I guess like none of them do, or at least there's always going to be something that's like sticks out, you know. Yeah, the FE makes us what. Yeah, I mean, watch. It would be cool if I was INFJ. um, but yeah, I don't know. Nice. Well, both it says ENTP INFJ. I mean, I don't know, and it's like interesting, right? Bobby goes, INFP has more substance than ENTPs, in my humble opinion. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the FI stuff just gets a bad rep. You know, I mean, y'all know how I feel about it. What out to INFJ? Series SI is much better than mine. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm pretty sure I'm an SI user, but I do think I have like just a love hate relationship with it. Eric was saying he thinks that that's fourth slot, but who knows? I mean, no, I mean ENTP is just the skilled like debater and so forth. You know, the substance. They're just things that yeah, I'm not sure. You know. Yeah, I mean, I wish it would be cool if I was like it'd be cool to be like an ISFP or something. But I don't really know if I want polar NE either. They're all bad, right? All the polars. I wouldn't. I don't know if I would mind being like polar SI. But that could be bad too. The FI stuff though, I just I feel like the only problem I have with it is this conception of the it's like this thing of being like super subjective, right? Um but to be honest, I think of that as being more of like a lower FI thing, like FI third, you know? Of like being like it's all just we're all just dust in the wind or whatever, right? It's like, yeah, maybe to you. You know what I mean? Um I think of being higher FI as being like, no, we're all like important. You know what I mean? I tend towards that. Like, I mean, you know, I can be pretty idealistic, but that's after being super pessimistic about other stuff, I guess. I don't know. Y'all know my story. I mean, like I originally typed ENFP and then I started thinking INFP and then ISTJ was raised, but that seems to be less likely and then ENTP came up. It's like, I mean, pretty much narrowed down to that. But isn't it just bizarre to think like, no, you're not polar. I mean, no, you're not FI 1 or 2, you're actually polar. I just wish it wasn't such a stark difference, right? Like I would probably be totally. I'd be like, yeah, I'm an ENTP. Like, you know, heck yeah, because it's like they're so cool, you know, or whatever, right? They're smart and they're able to. They're like, you know, they're kind of like jacks of all trades, like the ENFP, but they kind of get the credibility. The ENTP gets more credibility in terms of like being more objectively logical. But by the way, I've started to understand TI a little better lately too, of like what it actually means to be utilizing conditional logic. It's like, right, you start from sets of premises, but you're not necessarily telling me anything about like your preference on the thing, right? Like but and that's the idea is like that you don't know it, right? I mean, there seems to be this deep thing of like I don't know how I feel, right? And it's like, oh, look, it's like I'm sorry, but it's just this stuff of like, isn't that just like a human thing though? Like, do people really know how they feel like immediately? Like, even if you're FI Dom, like, you still have to like ponder and like like for me, like put it this way. So let's just say I am an INFP. Like I need the NE intake, right? Like or whatever the and to like integrate more. I need the SI experience. I need the TE kind of facts and things, right? And I still have the access to the NI and the TI. It's just can be unwieldy with the SE. And but I think my FE is pretty decent. Yeah. But when you need more input though. When you're NE second, you wind up being pretty like indecisive. You've seen this on the stream, you know? Like someone will come in and it'll be like, "Hey, well, what about this perspective?" And then I'm just kind of like, "Yeah, you know, this and that, other perspectives and blah 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 blah," right? Um, but that's not because I don't know. It's just funny, man. Like I was thinking about it yesterday. It's like I really cannot tell if how like I I I'm pretty open-minded. Um but I do kind of have like opinions about things that like probably aren't going to change, you know? Like like people, how is that not an any second thing at all? Like it's precisely that. I mean, that's what I've heard it described as many times. Like it's like your any tool is like the most uh the Charles Carroll, I'm going to use a Charles Carroll term. It's like void grasping. You know what I mean? Like when you're judging, cuz like that's the second function, right? You're judging based on NE, which is like not necessarily helpful because you're only then saying, well, there's this perspective and then there's this perspective and it's like, yeah, it's true that there are all these like perspectives. But, you know, what do you really you know, think or feel about it, right? And that's why to me I see it as being like, nah, I already kind of know. But people do help me to be more well rounded. You know what I mean? To like consider the perspectives. It's definitely important to be open-minded in that way. In you know, to an extent, like just like talking to people about whatever, all the good stuff, right? And you realize, okay, well, anyway, well, you know, I don't know that I want to. No, you know what? I'm just gonna be real with you guys. Like I really think that the big example here that I'm thinking of is like about abortion. And I'm sorry, I don't want to get too into it because I know it's like people get upset. But I'm just gonna be honest with you, and I've talked about this. It's to me, it's like it's never good. And there's no way that it could ever be good. But there are, you know, it's to me, this is what I think of as being like FI and then NE, right? It's like for me, like it starts with being like, okay, this is clearly like bad, right? Like, uh, and then there's the SI in there that's like it's also gross, right? So it's like it's bad and it's gross. It like triggers me. But then there's also this NE thing of like, well, but rape and incest and what if she's gonna die and then when does the life begin and whatever and no, it's like okay, and then the perspectives come in, right? And it's like I'm getting all of these perspectives and they're helpful to me to not be too like crazy about it, right? And be like, you're trying to kill babies, right? It's like, no, I get it. You want to be like understanding, right? And it's this pursuit of open-mindedness towards the situation that you know, love the you know, hate the sin and love the sinner, right? So it's like but it's still bad, right? Anyway, well, so like that to me is seems like I don't know what that is functionally, but it seems like something where my mind's already kind of made up, right? But when something happens, like I thought of something, and I don't mean to single you out, Winston's mom, but I remember, and maybe this can be insightful in a type way. Watch I be an ISTJ somehow, just because of this, I guess somehow. But you know, I'm thinking to myself, I remember one time Winston's mom was like, "Listen, I've experienced stuff and this and that, and I'm not trying to be belittling. I just don't remember exactly what you said, but it was something like, listen, one day somewhere like abortion will like touch you in your life, and then you'll have a different like opinion about it." And I always think of that quote, to be honest, when thinking about this, like all the time. And I always think to myself, like, no, it won't. Like, it's not going to change. Like it's I don't know what would possibly happen to me, or who like what I would see that would change the sort of truth about it to me. What I see is the truth about it, which I think is the truth, to be honest with you. But that it's just never good. That's why it's pro-choice. Like it's not pro-abortion, right? I mean, yeah, there are some crazy people who want to be whatever they're just evil about it. But most of the time it's pro-choice. It's about something else, which they is to be honest, I think it's a little bit obfuscatory, right? Like, anyway, whatever. I just don't see it as ever being good. But like, so I can like imagine myself in a situation, right, where it happens to someone, where like whatever, I don't know, something horrible happens to someone that I know, like a girl, a woman, and she's whatever, and it's this terrible thing, right? And it's like, oh, the abortion or whatever, and it's like let's say if there was rape or something, right? um I'm gonna probably feel the exact same. I'm gonna be like, that's horrible, like, right, it's a tragedy, right? But I'm never gonna say that it was good, right? Like, you know what I mean? And to me it's pretty simple. Like, what would be like a good analogy, right? It would be like, that's just it's just that thing when like a whole situation is tragic, you know? You don't have to I don't know why I have to be like forced into saying like it was a good thing, right? Like, no. The whole thing is horrible, right? I sound like Eric, but it's like no, it's horrible, right? Like, yeah, like a person was raped and then they had to have it, well, they had to, but they didn't want to have a child that they were from rape, right? It's like it's a horrible thing. So, get an abortion, and it's like that's horrible too, right? It's anyway, it's not about making that person feel guilty or anything like that, but it is kind of I mean, it's not good. Anyway, whatever. I just very simple. I don't want to talk in circles about it, or you know but I just don't think like that there would be like an experience that I would have where I would be like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't understand and now I do." Go watch some footage of it. You know what I mean, of what goes down during that. You know what I mean? I certainly won't be. You know what I'm saying? And it's just misguided. And I'm not like it just turns into this whole thing of like bodily autonomy that is just so like not, again, it just feels very disingenuous. Like, I get it, like, but why is that the hill that you want to die on? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't know. I don't want to make What do you guys think? Like, I don't, do you see people, like, there are these hot button things, right, that come up about, like, trans people and abortion and, like, I'm honestly asking you guys, do you guys see, like, a lot of trans people? Do you see, like, a lot of abortion going on? Because, like, it seems like, when what little communication I have with the outside world, when I'm not, like, online and and even when I'm just talking to different types of people online, it's like it kind of seems like, for example, that like trans people are pretty rare, you know what I mean? And that like abortion is like pretty rare, like uh you know you really, people, you start watching stuff online, you're like, oh my god, like we're in hell world, right? And I get freaked out, right? Not, I mean, look, no offense to like trans people, but it's definitely something that's like, I mean, uh um unusual, but I don't mean unusual in the way of being like necessarily derisive. I mean it in the literal sense, right? Of something not being usual or not being common, right? These are things, man, and you can't, like, people don't want to talk about this stuff in this way. And it's like, well, why would you not like talk about it this way? Like again, this is just the weird stuff that gets me going where I'm like, am I INFP? Like, what is this, right? Because I'm like, I'm over here saying like, I'm not saying we need to get into anything about like, you're obviously, everyone's, it's this whole, I do have a sort of lovey-dovey philosophy about it where it's like everyone is human, right? And everyone's, whatever, right? Soul, everyone has a soul and everything. Um, but it's like, but if we want to like actually make progress, we need to talk about how like it is like unusual. Like it is like not a usual thing. And that there are reasons for it not being usual, right? And like this kind of thing, right? And then it's like, oh, you must be an ISTJ. It's like, okay, you know what I mean? Sure. You know what I mean? It's like, but it's more like, I don't think it's even a type thing. I think it's just like wanting to be reasonable, Because think about it. How are we supposed to get anyone talking about like say, or with like the topic of like Jews or something like that, right? Like no, the proper thing is to do what like Lex Friedman did with Kanye and West, right? And to talk about it, right? Like the proper thing is even what freaking John Stewart said to John Leibowitz, but I mean literally, no hate, I'm just saying. But John Stewart was saying about, by the way, they're all Jewish, but they were saying like he was saying to Colbert like no, it's like we got to talk about it. I'm saying that's how stuff gets bad, right? Is by saying like, well, it's too uncomfortable, like, you know, like we can't anyway, I get that why. I get why. And it's easy for me to say these things that I do because I've never experienced this and that. But uh I'm still right. No, I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy, dude. Like um it's like, oh, okay, so you want me to like shut my eyes, right? Like to the truth. Anyway, you know. It's like, well, why don't we address it with some truth and reality then? Like it's not like a conspiracy per se, is that Jews gravitate towards these fields. You know what I mean? It's stupid, man. Do you know what I'm saying though? Like that's feels like a way more helpful way of discussion instead of being like, no, it's totally not 9 out of 10 movie producers that are Jewish. You know what I mean? And they're all secular too, right? Like Sorry. I know people get really, you can't even say like it's not allowed. But um in the end though, you got to know that I'm just trying to like that's what I see as being progressive. Not just like hushing up when it's sort of uncomfortable. And don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm some like truth warrior or anything, but we should all just kind of level with each other, you know? Just kind of be like, I mean, bro, like, honestly. Anyway, why are you guys going so hard in the chat? Bobby and Boba. Bobby says, CJ, here's what it sounds like. You have good values, but you don't want to cause a fuss since nowadays you and we are surrounded by hedonists. Yeah, but you want to know the truth is like, it's, people don't want to feel like they're bad people, right? So when you're saying like, oh, I gotta stretch. People being hedonistic is obviously bad. uh, but people would definitely tell you that like, well, there's nothing hedonistic about stuff. Sorry, there's a lot of chat here. I'm trying to like approach. It's like, oh my gosh, like if I have to see one more thing from the Daily Wire about that Dylan Mulvaney guy, like I'm gonna lose it. Like no one cares. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know. I guess some people do. But I'm just like, dude, I'm so over everything now. I'm just like, hide, not interested. You know what I mean? Like I don't like the thumbnails. My whole thing about like thumbnails and like even the other day there's this channel I follow called the Orthodox Ethos. It's like about like Orthodox Christianity and like which I'm really into. And it's a pretty good channel, but they had a thumbnail that was like it was like I don't even I think it was an aborted fetus. I hope not, but it was definitely it was like a baby, and then it was like a tiny baby or whatever. And then it was like a freaking drag queen, that whole devil drag queen reading to the kids. And then there was that's what it looks like, okay? And then the something else, something about money or something. And then I was like um and I watched the video, but I was just kind of like, oh man, like they usually post such like beautiful, like true and good stuff. And then it's like this thumbnail. I don't want to see it at all. And maybe that is my like it's selfish or something. Well, you can't just, hide from it. I'm like, yes, I can. You know what I mean? And it's this ironic thing that I've seen lately of like conservative, sometimes Christian channels and stuff where like they're putting the things in my face that I don't want to see. you know? And I'm finding it hard to like rectify with do you know what I mean though? Cuz you can still talk about this stuff, but don't show me that stuff, right? Don't assault me with wickedness, you know? I understand that that's very Eric, right? But it's literally truth. Like don't like like I know it's bad. That's why I'm following you guys. You don't have to show me horror in the thumbnails here. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just bothers me. But it's a very surface level kind of thing, right? Like I just don't want to be grossed out and, whatever, right? Cuz it's like Daily Wire, they'll be covering every trans TikToker who's like, "How who's like just crazy." Sorry, that was a little bit loud, but there it was a little bit loud, but they're like it's just like, "Ew." You know what I mean? Like, get out of my face. Gosh, And it's like, you got to see it, you know what I mean? And I'm like not trying to make fun of you, Bobby, but I feel like that's the thing is you're just like, it's no, it's important. You got to see it. And it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? It's hard to argue, but geez, I don't know, man. It's like weird. You know what I mean? I think there's something deep here that I'm just not explaining well, but it's something very deep and weird about it's like let's be real simple about it. Let's just say the liberals hide the evil stuff and it's still evil, but then the conservatives blow up. They're like putting the evil in your face. Well, I don't know, just with the media to cover it and to say, look how evil this is. Uh, and I'm kind of like, no, yeah, I know. That's why I'm following you guys because I do think this stuff is evil and I don't think that it should be whatever, right? Like normal. But then it's like, okay, but now you're making me see this stuff, and I'm just like, what is this? What is this? I'm following you to freaking get away from this stuff, right? Like, oh, I just think it's weird. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is sort of a Daily Wire thing where they're just kind of like, oh my god, look at this trans TikToker and they love abortion, right? And it's just like, and then here's a freaking picture of a fetus. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you like stop assaulting me, right? Like, and it just feels like you can't get away from this shit. It really, sorry to curse, but it's just like depressing, man. There are some good things here and there. Things with his mom's. CJ has a deliciously naughty smile. Thanks. That's cute. I know. I like to be mischievous. Um, Bobby says, CJ, don't get too hung up on the last word. I had like 10 alternative options: godless, reprobates, wicked, lost souls, etc. Hedonist seem like the most damn. Yeah, the reprobate mind thing is very true and interesting. Um, like I saw some recent. I don't even want to get into it, but it was like some recent video about like they're gonna make the AI babies, not AI babies, but like you can choose, you can customize your baby, and it's like this is just a thing that it's an idea. It's definitely not good, but it's not happening. All the comments are like, oh my god, like this sick, like horrible, evil hell world, pray for us, and it's like, yeah, I agree, but at the end of the day, I'm like, man, this is super depressing. Like I don't know, I feel like sometimes it can get really intense. So what they were doing was they were trying to draw a parallel between it and like Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian doing like, and I guess Dave Rubin and these people doing like in vitro fertilization and whatever stuff like that. And look, I'm not trying to act like super smart or something, but I just like it only took me 2 seconds. I just Googled the name of it and it was like, it's not real. It's just like an idea. And it's like, we've been talking about sci-fi stuff forever, like this stuff. And so I actually commented and I was saying like, look, we can still stop this stuff. You know what I mean? I just don't like the whole thing of like, no, you're misleading me a little bit here, right? Like, this isn't a thing that's actually happening. It's an idea that we can stop. And judging from like all the reactions, like, you know what I mean? It's like, God forbid, right? But it's like, people aren't that evil. Like, most people, Look, something I noticed lately is like, not to sound a little bit blue pilled, but it's just like for every like super like liberal thing that goes down, I tend to notice that there's, and it's probably just because of like the people that I follow and stuff, but I tend to notice that for every like super liberal thing that happens or whatever, there's like 10, like, and I've probably said this before, but there's like 10 super conservative people who are pushing back on it, right? And it's like, that's good. But I'm saying, like, I'm just trying to be on some like fear not vibes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure Bobby knows what I'm talking about. That's, you know, it says like 366 times or something in the Bible, like fear not. And it's like, well, because it's Jesus Christ talking to people saying fear not. And that's the whole thing. You know, you're worrying, you're not going to add an inch to your life. Maybe I'm just not the kind of person, again, back to this thing of like whatever type I am, like it's actually not easy for me to be like super detached. So if I'm just like reading and watching stuff about like abortion and like whatever, just like crazy trans people running around. Well, you know, I'm not like the whatever the average trans person, but you know, the TikTok smeared makeup, you know what I mean, like drag queen clowns and stuff. And you start thinking that that's like the world. I'm like, oh, like I can't. I'm not able to handle that very well. Well, not like, well, you know what I mean. I'm just saying it gets it's depressing. But that's the thing, Rachel. It's like no one loves abortion. It's insane, you know? Anyway, just glad to get that out there. Um Watching on gore websites. I don't understand this though, Boba Fett. Like live and let live, it's really not that difficult, people, unless you're a high fifi cunt. It's like, why is that the perception of FI? Like, what if you are part of your FI is to say live and let live? Because that's what I feel like. Sort of like a high-minded thing of like idealistic goodness. It's like a sort of libertarian libertarianism with a Christian resolution. You know what I mean? I see that as being like FINE. But maybe I, you know, misunderstand elements still. It's like that balance of like freedom and responsibility, you know? YOLO. Yeah, well, that's the problem. It's like, you know, YOLO, you should, whatever, be super, like, destructive. IT, yeah, well, That's what TE people do. That's like why people hate them so much because they're prescriptive, I think, right? You lean into talking about the cognitive functions, but I never hear you talk about the archetypes of the functions stack up to represent Platonic forms necessary in contention. Oh yeah, I mean I love the Plato stuff, the transcendentals. I'm always into that, especially through Christianity and especially Orthodox Christianity. I don't know why. I mean, Bobby, I don't know why you don't like the. I've heard of this though that they're like the Catholics. I mean, I can see it, but I'm not into the Pope and the Vatican and everything. I don't know. I mean, are you any denomination? I've actually wanted to ask you this, Bobby. Are you any denomination? Because I'm just kind of still learning about the denominations. I just like the idea of Orthodoxy being like the original, right? The truest to the well, to what Jesus taught and what's written in the Bible and everything. I don't want no whatever. I mean, it's in the word. I also like the word. Like, Orthodox means like it's, the true north. You know what I mean? Orthodox Christianity. It's like the truest north of the true north, Uh but yeah, I've heard this. I mean, maybe it's kind of a misnomer, right? Like either way, I don't know. I like what it represents. And their art is really good. And I like the monks, the monastic life. I like the this thing about, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's like Greek word like hesychia, hesychasm or something, like you like repeat the Jesus prayer, and it's kind of like a to because it's a Greek word for stillness, you know? I don't know, it's just very like spiritual, very it just seems very like good. Yeah, well, they think that the other Christmas, the Christmas that we, well, generally speaking, we celebrate is pagan. They're just I like that too, right? They're like contrarian like that too. They're just like, we're gonna celebrate the holidays a few weeks later because this is the true way, right? Yeah, I don't know. So I'm still learning here though about the denominations. But yeah, you're right, and that's a good memory there, Bobby, because I did have a friend who got me into it, and I liked his style. You know what I mean? I liked the idea that it seemed to present of this kind of one true Christianity, which is sort of would be like the one true way. The only difference with okay, well, hold on a sec. Right, and the who you are in the village 2,000 years ago. Yeah, I mean, Winston's mom, by the way, I'm just trying to figure it out functionally, but like, I just archetypally, I don't really. I agree with you. I just don't think. I just, you know how it is around here. I'm one of those four types for sure. And then if not that, then like maybe INFJ. That would be good, but that's like not very likely. But no, Rachel, it's Orthodox Christianity. The only difference, Bobby says, the only difference with Catholics is that the Orthodox don't believe the Bishop of Rome has primacy. Orthodox believe all bishops have equal overseeing, but the issue is whether apostolic succession is even biblical. January 7th, January 7th around low. Yeah, Russia's based.
Well, they are. And Bobby says, Jimbo is technically right on his point about it being essentially paganism. Well, I guess it's like tomato, tomato, right? I mean, what do you make of the claim? Like, which is correct? I have no idea. Well, I mean, Orthodox are saying the Orthodox Christians are saying that the Christmas that the average Christmas, average Easter are wrong, and then the others are saying apparently that they're wrong. But are the Orthodox? They're saying it's pagan, right? Like saying no, no, like it's pagan, right? And is the whole thing about Christmas trees, right? It's all this pagan stuff. Easter, pagan, right? So Orthodoxy they celebrate it later. I don't know if that's sort of accurate though. It just seems like they obviously take issue with what it is normally. Hmm. Think of it as being pagan as a pagan in their. Well, hold on. I just want to read everything here. So Winston's mom says the patristic period, the emerging Christian church faced the daunting task of defining doctrinal orthodoxy in the face of internal and external challenges. Thanks for the link. Winston's mom. I agree. Christian orthodoxy is very pagan in its ritualism. And the Catholics aren't? Are you kidding me? I don't know, man. Look, I was raised Catholic, and it's like I'm from Boston. It's a whole Irish Catholic Boston vibe. But I don't know, just it's so much stuff about it that just seems weird to me. Like I just don't like. I just get like bad vibes, and some of the Orthodox stuff seems weird, but like they seem like really like beautiful. And I don't know. I look at the art, the iconography stuff. Like there's just such a colorful, vibrant work, and there's so much of this like monastic lifestyle that I appreciate. I mean, I guess you could be Catholic and do it too. This is why gonna learn about the more about the whatever the sorry the denominations. Sometimes I'm not gonna lie though. Actually, I was watching. I was actually listening to some like Orthodox Christian music recently, and I was looking at the video, and yeah, it was some of the some of the it's cool in some way, in like a dark way. It's a little dark, right? Like there's but I like the idea in some sense though of like it's serious, you know? Like they're very serious. But yeah, come to think of it, sorry, I'm just thinking out loud right now and I'm kind of thinking, yeah, this was yesterday or yesterday or the day before yesterday. And I was watching it. And I was like, hey, these guys actually do look a little bit creepy. Like just the big outfits and everything. So yeah, it's just they have the name. What is so special about them that they got the name Orthodoxy? It's too good, right? Like, maybe Orthodox Christianity is just an idea, right? That is an aspiration. Because the word, right, of orthodoxy, right, like, is to imply like correctness, you know. So I really like that. But of course, when it comes down to the practices and everything, right, you got to be real about it. Anyway, I think that was a decent summary, right? But the apostolic succession, I know this is like good stuff though, so I appreciate the information here. Like, yeah, I mean, it's there is this kind of candles and stuff and whatever. I don't know. The holy is it not holy though? I don't know. Why are you guys? It's borderline pagan. Yeah, it's hardcore, man. That is hardcore. Yeah, well, one thing about that, I don't know. Is anyone really gonna be? They always get it. Well, yeah, originality, not correctness. I mean, yeah, it's. I guess, right? I'm just a purist like that, though. Well, which do you guys think is the true? I. This is a hardcore question, right? But no, like, let's keep it simple here. What denomination do you guys think is like truest to the source? You know? Yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks, Bobby. You know, which denomination is truest to the source? Because Orthodoxy obviously makes that claim, right? That's the claim. That's kind of their whole thing. And they seem very close. I just feel like maybe they could use for a little less I don't even know, right? Like like there is a little bit of a lack of joy in it, right? This is an overarching thing. By the way, again, I don't know if it's a type thing, but vibes to me, right? It's like very crucial. Not to be a dummy, like I'm not trying to be stupid, but I'm just saying when there's vibes, you're like you're checking it out and it's like, okay, this is very serious. And it's like that's cool, but also there it seems very joyless, you know? Which maybe that's correct, right? I could just go back and forth on this all day. But you would sort of think that like I don't want to be like childish about it. Like I want my like little like storybook Christianity or whatever, right? But like you would think that it has to be kind of joyful, right? When it's good. It is. I'm just saying when there's joy, when you get that joy going. There's something to it, I think. Like a non-foolish joy, you know? When you're not foolish but you're joyful, like that's the goal. Cuz it's almost like being like euphoric or transcendent even, right? Orthodoxy seems to have that idea correct of like yeah, you want that like inner stillness. You want like peace. But it does seem like there's no joy, or at least little joy going on. Even though the art is unbelievably good, you know, and the vibes are pretty good. There is a lot of I almost want to say it's well, yeah, it's just serious. It's very not like you don't like this. You're just you know, this world is so sinful, right? It's like yeah, it is, but oh my gosh, like I can't. You know what I mean? Says nothing. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Is it so wrong to want to just be kind of happy? Like there is so much good, right? It's like, nah, man, they're killing the babies. They're rape, whatever, right? I don't know. And then I'm like seeing that people don't really maybe it's not that bad, right? Oh yeah, there's messages, right? It's like, oh yeah, like there's all this terrible stuff, but it's just kind of like there's still faith and there's still family and stuff, right? Like there's not gonna be we need this stuff, right? Like we need this good. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like thank you, Rachel. It's like, yo, there is so much good. It's true. Yeah. There is. It's like you just have to like it sounds really corny, but I've been kind of on that vibe lately of just really wanting to be like choosing good, you know? Like like uh you know what I mean? Like man, when you get into these rabbit holes and it's just like, oh, it's so bad and they want to kill her, the babies and everything. It's like, oh, you know, is that really true? Like, you know, um, yeah, sorry to be kind of dark, but it's just like, it's definitely enough to get you really freaking bummed out about life. When you start thinking that like everyone is like just evil, right? Um, and then I'm literally like emerging from my cocoon. I talk to like just a normal person, and just like no one thinks that way. So it's definitely a lot of dissonance, a bit of cognitive dissonance. It's really fun, you know? And then I'm like suspicious and kind of like, well, they're going to do this. They're trying to force the message. And it's like, there is the message. Oh my gosh, right? It's totally there. But like, mad people are like, we still want, like, we still need like our faith in our family and stuff, you know? Yeah, I'll watch it. I just can't watch it on my phone. It's just like, do you guys really think that like I mean, you know. I've been really good this stream so far about not getting too ridiculous. So I just no matter what it is, right? Like with freaking Andrew Tate or something, you know. These women, they're just, you know, these money grubbing whores and they just want to have abortions all day long. You know what I mean? Um and it's just like and then you just like and then you talk to and it's not like this sick like reveling necessarily in it, you know? I don't know. Look, I get in this shit. I get in this shit, you know? So when I come on here, I'm not trying to like act like I'm not in this shit, you know? Yeah, but Bobby, like, do you not understand though that you know, the world sucks thing, like that's I mean, you know, that's like the what the Gnostics think. God made this world, bro. It's like, yeah, maybe it's like of course the devil has power, right? But you think I could just what it doesn't feel very good to be thinking that everyone is like worshiping the devil and stuff, you know? I mean, what do you see? I'm not trying to be well, whatever. I get what you're saying. Like the world does suck, but it's like there is a lot of good. And I just don't know if many people I just think there's a lot of like misguided stuff going on. Like you know, like like how many people really think that like abortion is good, or that like late term abortion is like acceptable, right? Or whatever, right? Like people like most people aren't LGBTQ plus or whatever, right? You know, it's like, dude, it's like all you have to do is like not be on TikTok. You know what I mean? Like all you have to do is, and like, yeah, you gotta unfollow this negative shit. I mean, I agree with you. Um, that's just kind of what I'm getting at though, is this thing of just being like negative about it. And like, yeah, like Andrew Tate is a hack closet case, exactly. Like he's just completely whack. Um, yeah, I mean, I hear you, Bobby, but I'm just talking about this thing of like God's world, you know? Definitely, I'll definitely be getting on that tip, and I'll just be like, oh my God, like the devil is running the world, like, and not saying it's good, but I think it's just a lot of people who are just kind of dumb, or they're just not like thinking about it, or even feeling it. You know what I mean? But I really don't. I don't know that much. What's up, Angantier? Good to see you. Thank you guys for being here. Wound up going on a little longer than I thought, but it's good. So you already know it. You don't need to be necessarily subscribed to those channels. You don't do this on the Camel Game Pro. Well, I've been thinking I actually have to go through and clear out some of my subscriptions. Like, it started off as a thing of being like, I just want to get every freaking good source that I can find or whatever, right? They're talking about good stuff. Um, but then now I gotta do a little spring cleaning, right? Literally, right? It's a hard balance to find, like between being black pilled and white pilled, right? Um, it's that whole Bible quote, right? Like consider the lilies and everything, you know what I mean? And it's just like I don't like the doom saying. And it's not just because it like makes me uncomfortable. It just feels like a bad mindset to get into. Like right, and the fresh and fit thing, that reminds me. I wanted to see, this is the problem, right? It's like let's get a bunch of like freaking lowest common denominator like dumb bimbos and just like judge them on a podcast and make people think that like these are like normal women, you know? And that like a normal man is like freaking Andrew Tate. And it's like, to be honest, Ben Shapiro is correct what he was saying about it, where he was like, people like that he's transgressive, you know? Uh people like when like Trump or something, right? I really get a shave. I'm sorry, this is terrible. But, when Trump is coming out here and not being diplomatic at all, that comes across as like really liberating. And, who knows? Maybe he did refuse. Sorry, can you imagine if Trump was on Epstein Island and he was actually like, no, thank you? You know what I mean? No, thank you, Jeffrey. You know what I mean? It's like maybe he was. Um, maybe he is that guy. He's just whatever. It's just people still wind up getting it wrong because it's like, to It's just not balanced enough. It's never balanced, man. None of these people are ever balanced enough. You know, Trump is just always like, just so angry. And it's like, the Dems are trying to kill me. I don't know. Bear with me, you know? Just trying to search for that truth and reality that's just so elusive, right? And good. Well, Bobby, everyone has darkness. I'm just saying you have to, you know, be discerning. You know how it is. Like, the darkness compared to straight up psychopaths, you know? Sometimes you're watching this stuff, I'm like, oh my gosh, like everyone's a psychopath. Like they really do. They want to kill babies and this and that. And it's like, yeah, some of them, but a lot of them are just misguided. They start thinking like, well, you know, it's about the choice and it's about this and that. And it's like you're just clearly not thinking it through, right? It's definitely not good, but it's definitely a different thing, you know? I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but you know, yeah, the face you just made looks like a better version of Trump. Yeah, he's just so mad, and I start to think maybe he's just mad though because of the Dems, right? Like he's just mad because of how bad the world is. Man, I've thought about it all. Let's just get real. Let's just do it. You know, like it's completely possible that he really did refuse, you know, relations. Sorry, I just don't want to be vulgar, but you know, maybe he really did say no on Epstein Island and so forth. Like he really could be that guy. Um, but he is very funny, but there is a definite lack of joy, right? When we speak of this stuff, I'm not Mr. Joy though. My whole like thing right now, I want you guys to understand is that like I get on this vibe of like everyone is bad. Uh and it's really depressing, right? But then I'll like talk to people who usually wind up more often than not they're pretty like reasonable. Like but maybe I just don't talk to enough people. I mean, it's totally possible. I mean, it like cuz Bobby, like I mean, do you go I mean, like being hostile towards Christianity, for example, right? I'm telling you, man, like I will fully expect the worst a lot of times and then yeah, sure, maybe if you peel back a little bit, you see the truth of the darkness there, but it's like a lot of times it just seems like misguided. But yeah, it's both misguided and bad people. I mean, it's a slippery slope. I know people don't like that. They say it's a fallacy, but it is true. Like the uh the dumb to evil pipeline can be very real, you know? I think there's something to be said though about like average people, right? Um like average people luckily don't seem to be horribly hostile towards like Christianity, for example. Average people are actually usually relatively conservative. Like they don't want immigrants coming in and taking their jobs illegally, especially. They don't want, their kids being taught about being gay when they're 5. You know what I mean? Let alone like regular sex or whatever, right? But but then with like whatever LGBT stuff, most people don't. Bro, like I went on the I follow quite a lot of people on Instagram. I checked the Instagram for the drag queen story time hour. No one I know follows that, right? Yeah, I mean, I look, you're probably I'm the first to say it, Bobby. I probably am, and it's probably good to stay here. But that's the thing. I don't want to just stay in a bubble, man. It's tragic. I mean, look, I'm sure if I went out into the city, there would be plenty of hedonistic people, right? Like I I uh I hear what you're saying. I know maybe there's this whole thing of oh, there's no, well, you, not you, but it sounds like a lefty thing of right. What is an average person? It's like, you know what I mean by an average person, like people just pay lip service to the idea of being liberal, you know? Like when you press people on stuff, if you were going to start showing people like footage of like abortions and stuff, they would be grossed out. They don't want to. It's just a thing of like ignorance is bliss. But could you tell me a little bit about, I'm honestly just interested, not in some kind of debate way, but about your like coworkers and stuff. Cuz I'm interested in hearing people's stories about this kind of stuff, but boy, I mean, everyone does struggle with it's. I don't know what you think about like Calvin and all that, but like there is something to be said about the like no man is good philosophy, right? But I feel like once you start there though, then you start to understand like, oh right, so like everyone's kind of fallen, right? We all fall short of the perfection of God and Jesus Christ, and you have to uh weigh it then like on that scale, you know? It's like, well, what is this person really like advocating for, you know? Um what I do notice though that's annoying, right? That's irritating. I meant to say what I do notice though that's irritating is how the left, it's been this thing that I've been thinking about lately. How I mean the left, right? Whatever. What I don't like is this thing of being like it's complicated, right? It's complicated. Well, it's a complicated thing, you know. Um, well, I don't know. The world is it's just very complicated, right? Abortion, it's a complicated thing, and it's like, since when is everything so complicated, right? Like, it's like it's not good. I don't mean to be so hung up on the abortion thing, but it's like, you know, it's a good example of it because it's like when you mean it's complicated, right? Like everything comes down, it's always this thing of muddling the, waters, muddying the waters, making things gray, that it definitely is irritating to me, right? Because all it is to me is, again, it's like this FINE thing or whatever I want to, you know, where I'm just thinking like, okay, like thanks for nothing, right? For like the other perspective. I don't need more perspectives, right? Like I need clarity. You feel me? Like and I feel like a lot of this stuff is clear. You're just trying to like override your like impulse because, we're like so part of like being civilized is being like, FE or whatever. Being like I understand, and it's a complicated thing and it's just like I don't know about that. I don't know how if it's actually that complicated. It's like you definitely want to treat people decently and sort of whatever, right? But let's not muddy the waters. Like, this whole thing of like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's like, yeah, but I mean like also like we respond like to symmetry, like there's form, like there are all these things that are like objectively good, right? Yeah, but it's really complicated though. Sometimes people it's like, so what you mean to say is that some people like things that are ugly, right? Or like whatever. I don't know. Sorry. People hate this stuff. I can't even talk about it because I don't know why. Because but seems like people would rather things be a little bit ambiguous, Even Chat GPT. It's like, yeah, but it's really complicated. What is subjective truth? It's like, look, I understand, okay? But it's you're like stuck on like square one, And maybe I'm projecting. I mean, I get it, but I'm just, you know. Look, it's really complicated, Thing is like, like things are never either good or evil. It's just complicated. It's just stardust. We're all just Carl Sagan, we're all just stardust. I'm like, okay, buddy. Here's some abortion footage. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to see you just watching it like this. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you're insane, right? There's no way anyone ever is doing that. It's like, and that's what I mean when I talk about real, like, kind of evil, like, psychopaths, And that's like, thank God, literally. But it's like a low percentage of people that are going to really be like that. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's all about like bodily autonomy and like not oppressing like women. It's like, but it's still abortion and it's not good, right? Like, so, you know, you're always going to wind up at this stuff, right? Like, you're always going to wind up at the, uh, the Christian ethos or whatever, right? At God and Jesus Christ, basically. No, I'm just talking. But anyway, I do actually want to, I just barely, you said like one quick thing. Oh, like, because you're not a drinker and stuff. Like, but do people, okay, Bobby says, Like without me quote unquote forcing my views on them. Wait, sorry, hold on. They're not bad per se, but a huge difference. Like without me quote unquote forcing my views on them or whatever, just by being me, essentially reserved, not a drinker, etc. Inevitably, I'll stick out like a sore thumb. That's an example, CJ. What I wrote essentially. Why don't what? That doesn't sound that bad though. Like just like you should be. I mean, not necessarily proud in the sinful way, right? But man, I've been wrestling with that lately, right? The pride thing. Not with with just the idea of how do you say when you're proud of something, right? But anyway, I'm just saying you should be like sort of proud of that. I mean, yeah, I'm not a drinker. You know, myself, you should be glad to stick out like a sore thumb. Boba Fett says perspective is clarity. Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about the whole thing of like, I don't even know, just being so like, the whole thing of is you're so open minded that your brain falls out. Horse Mumbler says it's complicated. If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you. They say it's complicated because they can't remember exactly what nonsense the teacher said, just how righteous they felt hearing it. His mom says it's complicated because life is not one size fits the all. I just feel like you start with sort of the NI of it, and then you get into the NE, right? Like, or whatever, right? So, it's like, okay, we start from the position that like abortion is never good, and then it's like, but there are these sort of like horrible occasions with things that make it sort of less, not like it's still bad, but it's sorry. There's just no nice way of saying it, but it's like you're just giving me like different perspectives, right? Or whatever, like different examples or whatever, like things being complicated. It's like it's actually not complicated. Like there are different iterations of things, right? And sometimes they're more understandable, you know what I mean? Like in the again, I'm sorry, but because I hate even saying the word, right? But it's like abortions, right? It's like you know, it's like, well, did the rape and the incest and whatever, she was gonna die, and it was early in the pregnancy, and it's all sorts of stuff, right? And it's like, but you still have not resolved. It still doesn't change the fact that it's not good, right? Um, so all you're doing is giving me different examples of like, oh, this is a terrible analogy because even this is like better, right? Everything is better, right? No, but it's like, well, he was stealing to feed his family, right? And it's just like, well, you should never steal, right? Like, I think that's a decent analogy, but do you know what I mean? Like in a sort of broad, stupid way. But it's kind of like all you're telling me is that it's complicated, like it's less bad, right? In this example, but it's still bad, you know? But abortion's worse than stealing. You know what I mean? Well, anyway, I mean, you know what I mean. It's like, you kidding me? But anyway. Well, I don't know. I mean, I hear you, Bobby. I can't pretend that I don't uh feel sort of sad if people are like thinking I'm weird or something, right? But you know, You gotta be a little happy about it, right? Hey, cheers. No pun intended. You know, sorry, I'm a little behind here, but yeah, I hear you though. It's like yeah, I know. You know, be in you have to be in this world and not of it. You know, you take that seriously. He goes, it's not complicated. You're here complicating things because you still talk to regular people. It doesn't change the evil agendas going on. Big picture, does it? Well, how am I complicating anything? It's pretty simple. I'm keeping it pretty simple. You just, it's like, you just do have to consider, like, okay, like, let's say with like the vaccine or something, right? Like, it's not like the idea of a vaccine is like evil. It's just the co-option of it. You know what I mean? Like like the idea of you know, you're protecting the so you don't get sick and so you don't get other people sick and everything, right? It's like, well, of course that's like good. The problem is when you get into the agendas, you know, the evil agendas with whatever it may be. So I'm not saying that it changes. I just don't know. It's just a balance you got to have, I guess, right? Of like perspective and clarity. It's like, yeah, your perspective, you know, it doesn't really change anything, right? With your clarity. Um, you just gotta kind of like, I don't know, man, just like weigh it against the other stuff. Like you know, they're not all blue haired freaks. You know what I mean? What they don't want to. You know what I mean? Like you know, like that like love abortion and stuff. You know, it doesn't change anything. But it's sort of like you can change hearts. You know what I mean? I just feel like when you see that, it can be a little bit. It can be a little bit of hope, right? Like you're like, oh, it's not that like you want to kill babies. It's that you just don't. You're just not thinking it through. You know. Anyway, it's so dumb. I mean, yeah, who am I? I'm not gonna point it out to people that don't see, or well, I will, but I'm just saying like it is annoying or it is irritating. I mean to say like when people don't see the truth easily, you know. Anyway, Horse Mumble says some things really are complicated, but those who observe that something is complicated without then trying to clarify, develop anything, tire me quickly. Yeah, absolutely. Bobby says, I don't get the thing. You're stuck on evil people behind the agendas. Massive population of misguided people follow it. Simple. Yeah, but like, don't be mad. Okay, this is a good analogy. Okay, write this down. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna act like you know, but write this one down. Right? It's like don't be mad at the sheep. Like, be mad at like the evil shepherds. You know what I mean? Like, why would you like? I get it though. You know, being kind of mad at it. It's like, God, you're all so stupid, you know? But yeah, I didn't get the vax. I was talking about it. That was one of the first things I said. Just because of the whole thing of that I got They like to fight against common sense. Well, just hold on 1 second. Meow. So my mom's just going to work, so I was saying bye. Um, yeah. I mean, can you give me some sources on that flu shot stuff? I mean, it's funny though, man. I mean, I'll come on here, I'll be thinking about this stuff all the time, and then I come on here and like, I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I just want to be a little bit positive, you know. But I hear you. The whole thing of like, yeah, thanks, Winston's mom. I just, yeah, I don't know. It does just kind of sound like you might be kind of like getting mad at the sheep. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. It's just, it's a delineation, I think, between dumb and evil in some way. The point is like the point is the white pill is essentially like technically you need the black pill before the white pill, and white pill is finding solace in God and knowing it will all be resolved at the end. Well, I mean, yeah, that's, the good that's the good stuff there, right? I don't know, man. I just, yeah, it's just a thing of not wanting to get black pilled and just get white pilled. Because it's not good vibes. And then isn't that kind of the thing too of like it's like you're not trusting God and Jesus Christ then if you're getting all worried about it. Not saying you are. I mean, I get kind of whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I get bent out of shape about it all. And yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm projecting a little bit. I mean, it's like I'm not mad at the sheep. You're just projecting because you're subconsciously fed up watching too much Daily Wire, for example, type stuff. Unsub if that's what you need. If it's what you need. It's just like, but I don't get the like who. I mean, it's just like, what is your main gripe with? You know, like you're talking about people being sheep, but then you're mad at the evil shepherds, right? Like, so I'm just saying, like, why be so hung up on the sheep? You know, like people like to drink, for example, right? Like that's and some people can handle it. You know, I mean, yeah, it's like yeah, you should be of a sober mind as much as possible, but just because you don't like to drink, like that's good, and like you should be glad to not drink. And I don't know. Like, just when people are following the herd, like, your voice can be heard, no pun intended, you know? I mean, I was just thinking earlier, like, I mean, you should start a stream or something, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. I just, it's like the more people speak out about this stuff, the more you can change stuff, I think, for the better, right? Like, so why not be optimistic about this fact, right? When you look around and it's not like um because it just sounds like you're like hung up on the idea like, oh, when you dig deep in people, you're gonna find how dark they really are. And it's like, well, everyone's got darkness, right? Okay, well, so how dark are they, like, you know? And it's like, I just don't know if maybe you're being a little bit pessimistic, right? Like, like most people are just kind of dumb sheep. They're not thinking like how much they really, hopefully, right? God forbid, but they're not thinking like where they can, like, when they can sorry, I know it's not funny, but it's like, it's like when they can kill their next baby or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's the picture that gets painted by a lot of people that can be really, really like blackpilling. And yeah, like stuff about women and you know, uh, you know, it's like you just got to speak truth to that inner light in everyone, like try to bring some life to the dead, you know? You guys are ridiculous. Just Boba Fett mostly for that. Oh man. What do you guys think though? You think Andrew Tate was framed? I don't like this guy really though, if I'm being honest. Him and his stupid brother. It's just cringe. I don't know. I mean, you should definitely try to, find a nice girl at like a Christian church or something though, for sure. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, Bobby, people don't like women, girls don't like, I don't know. Like it's it's all about like humility. So you got to find like a humble girl, you know? But people don't like being told like that they have to be subservient. Like girls don't want to hear like you got to be subservient to the man or whatever, right? Um I think it just depends on what you say, you know? Like they're like man's partner or whatever you want to call it, you know? like woman being made as the helper partner to the man, you know. um I wouldn't back down on that, but it definitely gets I'm just saying I don't blame chicks for getting uh feeling like some kind of whatever about when it's like, you know, you got to be beneath me or something, right? But we could definitely use a bit more of these like traditional values, you know. People should definitely consider being sort of healthy and happy in those roles, like the masculine and the feminine both providing something good, you know, that they're like different but the same in their pursuit of good, you know, just like of God, Jesus Christ, and right and good. Bobby goes, this is an example, man. So much of a girl is objectively rare. So, man, so such a girl is objectively rare in terms of population statistics as various society masses has changed in the decades. You wonder why, and it's because the social agenda has been having. You wonder why has that been pushed. Then you see the direction society is going, then you cling closer to God. They're done, simple, summarized. Yeah, I mean, I'm been on that path exactly, you know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, because I agree with you. I just don't want to get too doom pilled. You know what I mean? Because, like, I mean, yeah, even Rachel's saying now, it's like, I agree with traditional values. There needs to be balance. Thank you, right? Like, I don't know. It's just an attempt at being optimistic, right? Like, not all is lost. You know what I mean? Like, like I just think maybe you just need to like we need to like remind people. People need to just like be reminded, you know, of what is good, and then it's like, oh yeah, there you go. Lost in what? This godless society. Not all is lost. Yeah, not all is lost in terms of reminding people about God. You know what I mean? Like, in what is good. You know. It's just when I don't know. I guess just like people's inherent goodness is what I'm clinging to, you know? I mean, I think there's good and evil within everybody. And if you can try to just like remind people of what is good, you know, it's you're doing your part. You try to do what's good. You try to just like remind people of what's good. Obviously, you're not going to change everyone's hearts, but you don't think so though? Like there are obviously different schools of thoughts on this. Schools of thought on this. I mean, Boba Fett is inherent goodness even a thing? I mean, like, do you believe in a soul? It's like, yeah, of course. There's inherent good and inherent evil. So, okay, you could do that, CJ. What do you mean? Will you be spreading the gospel of Christ to people? Yeah. I mean, I'm still on the same boat I was when I last streamed though. So like I just mostly like watch and read Christian stuff, but I still haven't read the Bible. But it's still a thing of being like it all comes back to God and Jesus Christ though, you know? As like the I mean, you know, the steeple of the church, if you want to call it that. It's all underneath that umbrella, you know, of that which is good. It is a thing of Plato's Transcendentals and then kind of going through Christianity and especially Orthodox Christianity. But you might be right. I mean, it does give me, and no pun intended, right, perspective on the whole thing. I mean, the Orthodoxy thing, maybe it's not what they claim to be. It's an ideal, though. It's just a thing about like True North and kind of saying, like, yeah, like, you know, everything else is kind of a deviance from it. But it's then still ultimately an ideal. Like we're never gonna get heaven on earth because it's not supposed to be like that, you know. But we could definitely kind of try to get as close as possible, not in a Gnostic way, obviously, right? But like in a sort of I mean, you know, the whole thing of the whole traditional thing of just like get your wife and kids in your house and your land, you know, and like yeah, you're Christian, you spread the gospel, you talk to people about things that are good, you know. But yeah, you're never going to be able to make it perfect. It's not supposed to be perfect, you know? But that's why I'm saying it's like it's probably best that we don't you don't like not you personally, but you know, this thing of getting hung up on the sheep rather than the shepherd. It's like we got to take on what's freaking, you know what I mean, the messages and stuff being spread and stuff, right? Um cuz you know, people start thinking life is bad. This is my whole thing, okay? Like and it is a personal thing too, you know? But it's getting into this thing of being like that life is bad, right? Um that gets into like anti-human territory. Like it's anti everything, obviously, right? So it's a fine line, man, right? Like trying not to get into some kind of crazy, you know, get into some Gnostic evil crap of like, oh, it's just all we got to destroy the world, you know? You see that's what everyone like wants or a lot of people want. And then, you know, you see like, oh, so it's good, right? It's like God made this world and like Jesus Christ is the representative, you know what I mean, of like you know, God's son and like this is everything, right? And it's the ideal. It is, yes, thank you. It's the true north. And then you realize like, oh, like like so we got to recalibrate the direction. But it's like, no, you're not going to change everybody, but you can do your part. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, thank you, Bobby. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm brave enough to be some priest or something, right? I wish, man, or like a monk or something, you know. I don't know if I'm disciplined enough, you know, unfortunately, but I can try to sort of spread the good word, literally. I just think it's supposed to be sort of an optimistic. It is a sort of hopeful thing. I know, man. You don't want to be like naive about it, though, right? So that's the balance, for sure. Well, what's interesting is I've been thinking about how the soul versus the spirit. it makes so much sense about how it's like a person has a soul, but you're like connecting with the spirit, right? You could say the Holy Spirit, you know, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. What are your thoughts on the Trinity? Like people have this whole thing about it's like the Trinitarian. You know, you're either Trinitarian or you're not, and you know, I know I feel like such an amateur, but you know how it is. I mean, you grow up. It's in this secular world, and and it's everyone it's you're smart if you're not into this stuff. It's like okay, right? Everyone for thousands of years was just wrong, right? Yeah, okay. So arrogant, you know. Don't forget the wisdom of the elders. You know what I mean? Literally. For thousands of years. No, it's only just changed now. It's like, yeah, okay, the Industrial Revolution, right? That's all that's changed, you know? And whatever, you know what I mean? The Civil Rights Movement, you know? This has been a crazy, you guys ever think about that? It's been a crazy 100 years, you know what I mean? It's like we had, I don't want to make light of it, but it's, you know, it's like so much has happened. And I get it's asking a lot of people to just say like, well, that was in the past, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, things they actually have pretty radically changed only in the last 100 years or so. Um, some is it optimistic to say some for the better? Like, look, I think it's good, for example, that like, you know, like women getting the right to vote and stuff like that, right? Like from in the that's only 100 years ago. It's like that's good, right? But then with feminism and things start to become more and more yeah, I mean, you know how it is. Inverted kind of, right? And then it's like, "Oh, now we've kind of gone too far. Everything is kind of overcompensating now." But then you start thinking about it, man, and I'm just like, "Well, look, we have this is like we're a work in progress, right? Us, humanity. So we're still figuring it out, you know? Not trying to give us some kind of it's complicated bullshit, you know? But I mean, like, it's only a recent thing, recent, like in the last 100 years or so of being this kind of like liberation. Have you ever heard of this thing of like liberation theology and stuff like that? It's all very interesting. But, well, this thing of like freedom being paramount, you know what I mean? Like all freedom all the time. And it's like, you need to have the balance with responsibility. But we're in this era of overcompensation where like there has been so much oppression in the past that we can't even there's like a zero trust. There's like no trust anymore with people that claim whatever that promote responsibility or whatever it is. They're always crooked. You know what I mean? I mean, how many of these movies and documentaries do we have to see about like televangelists? You know what I mean? Everyone knows that they're bad. You know what I mean? Like it's that's fake. That's Holly weird. You know? Um, and and then they're using that same thing as like proof of it. Anyway, well, you know. And then of course we get into the Catholic Church and everything. And it's like, oh, good lord, no pun intended. But it's so obvious though that it's all just sort of a demoralization campaign, you know? It's like don't get it twisted. I mean, even at my most agnostic, I always had my thing about um like it's not necessarily the religion, it's the people, you know? I still think that's correct, you know? Mostly. You know what I mean? Because obviously there's going to be stuff that people are going to take issue with in doctrine. Not that it's wrong, but it's, you know, well, you know, whatever, stuff about slaves or whatever, stuff like that that we have adjusted for, you know? Where it's just kind of like, well, no, you know, it's you shouldn't have any slaves. Are you kidding me? But yeah, the North Star, so good. So good. What up, Genzennial? Non-belief thought isn't new. They just don't kill us for it anymore. This has been going on since like the Enlightenment, though. I'm still learning about this stuff, but I feel like we're in a little bit of like a neo-Enlightenment age, you know? Oh my gosh, Bobby with the whole thing of like, did you do my message at 7:07 a.m.? That's a good time though. I'm not trying to make funny. 7:07, very very holy. But okay, my bad. Hold on. I'm just saying, you do that all the time. You're like, did you see the message? Okay, there's two things in my articulating of it. There is an inherent goodness in people, but since we are in a fallen state, our hearts are most deceitful above all things. Yeah, this stuff gets me, man, about the heart. It's like, I think of that quote all the time. Our hearts are most deceitful above all things. But it's also in the language where the whole thing of having a hardened heart and like having a softened heart. Like the heart is important. It's deceitful, but it's important. It's very interesting. Um, well, yeah, it's like it's the whole thing of you're a heretic or something. You know, obviously that's barbaric, but the killing people for not believing or whatever. But um, it just comes down to this whole thing of like, well, you don't have to be whatever. You can be moral without religion, but you can't be religious without morality, right? I don't know. That's pretty simplistic, but I mean, that's don't even get me started. The whole thing of morality, it's just like this thing of objective morality, and it's kind of best explained through the religious context, you know. And it's like we still act as though, well, it's like Jordan Peterson, who's basically as Christian without being explicitly Christian as it gets. I don't know what I don't know what you think about him, Jen Zennial, but he has that whole thing about he's like, I act as if there is a God, right? It's like that's the best you can do if you're not Christian, you know what I mean, or whatever it is, like it's like you, Jed Zito. It's like you're obviously a pretty like moral person. So it's not like you need it in that way or something, but it's like you probably still in some way act as if it's true, you know what I mean, in some regard, like with regards to objective morality, you know. But yeah, the heart thing, amazing. Um, oh my gosh, thank you, finally. Follow your heart sounds pretty to people until you have it to do, but there's a lot of complex things to enjoy. Yeah, I know that, obviously, man. He goes, CJ, I love you, dude, but you give vibes of not knowing what restaurant to go to after I asked you where you want to go hours past, like you got 1 foot out of the pool and the other end. What do you mean, 1 foot out of the pool and the other end? Yeah, I mean, I can be like a skittish cat sometimes. But no, I'm being pretty firm here. I think I've done a pretty decent job here, if I do say so myself. I don't want to be, self congratulatory, but I try to not be super waffling. She get it, but like vibes. All right. Well, you can't please everyone. I mean, you see how it is. You're right, though. I mean, I can be pretty indecisive. I, I still interesting stuff though about perspective and clarity. We'll go home with evangelicals. Well, from what I've seen, honestly, I think a lot of evangelicals are pretty like they're very intense. So maybe not the best, example. But and I mean in a way of being very of like forcing on people. Like keeping punitive punishment in school solely due to scripture, therefore morals are subjective. Well, you're supposed to, like have discipline. It's morals are not subjective though, right? Like it's even if it's just if you want to reduce it even to like just biology, we are still unless you're actually a psychopath, you react like negatively when you see like someone gets hurt, for example, right? Like when people don't and you kind of feel pain for them in some way, and things like that. You claim you like orthodoxy. I just want the most obvious example, right? You claim you like orthodoxy because the title of biblical Christianity is orthodox. There's no flexibility jumping around. Yeah, I was just thinking that about Orthodox Christianity, but it's with the evangelical thing though. They are like out. They are very outwardly. Like what I like about the Orthodox idea is it's very inward. It's very like you are actually being sort of in this world and not of it. Like that's the goal. With evangelicals though, they're like they make it their not that it's wrong to it's not about the problem of spreading the gospel. It's the problem of I don't know. I don't know that much about evangelism, but they're like I don't know about this thing about schools. Like uh punitive punishment in schools due to scripture. I mean, as it's wrong, I don't think it says to like, you know what I mean, like stone your kids or anything like that. It's like, but discipline is sort of virtuous, you know, as a point against can't have belief without morals. Well, some people are different about their way of seeing it. Spare the rod. Yes, that quote about like hmm. Boba Fett actually likes the ritualism around Christian Orthodoxy. I thought you didn't like it. I mean, to be honest, yeah, it is a little off-putting to hear pagan, you know what I mean, paganistic ideas here. I mean, I don't know what I'm being really that indecisive about. I can only say what I know so far. It's like, can you give an example? I mean, it's funny because you'll say that, but then like John will say that being somehow I'm being waffling. And it's like not being waffling, I'm just trying to be understanding that people are fallen, you know what I mean? And it's like not that you should try to not, you know, cast stones. I mean, a lot of people I think really do just want to have like a decent life. Pretty similar frameworks, there's, both evil and good. I don't know what you want me to say. It's there's a binary of evil and good, absolutely. Literally, absolutely. But anyway, thank you, Jen Zenial. He goes, gotta go. Sorry for short visit. Great to see you, CJ Smiley. Well, I always appreciate you being here, my man. Oh, and you're always very chill, so I appreciate it. Peace, dude. Um, hearts being deceitful. Well, it's like, yeah, the heart's deceitful above all things, but you also have to soften your heart, right? And to be open to the Lord and all of that. You know what I mean? The heart being deceitful thing is like it's obvious, man, right? Of course it's deceitful. It's deceitful in the way that you're indecisive as like a person or whatever it is. Like one day you want something, the next day you want the next. It's like about being fickle, right? But the heart still nonetheless winds up being in some sense the metric for like I don't know, your character or something, you know? I mean, yeah, you want to have sort of like the character of at least Christ, because you can't be God, right? But, you know, Christ as the ideal. But it's like, and I guess God, but I just don't like the whole thing of, you know, how it is with the sort of Gnostics, right? They want to be God. It's like, uh-oh, don't, it's getting a little crazy here, right? But, you know, the whole character of God and Christ and everything. But anyway, the heart thing, right? Yeah, I don't know. You got to chisel, you got to shape that heart, right? It's just interesting, right? So anyway, it's a good point here. Horse Mumbler says the rod mentioned is a shepherd's crook for hooking strays into the fold, not striking them. Anyone who thinks spare the rod, spoil the child justifies beating, doesn't know scripture. Mm. Yeah, the second half of the verse explicitly mentions teaching, not punishment, let alone beating. Yeah. Okay. Nice. That's good. As Bobby says, heart being deceitful is different from a hard heart. Yeah, people have hardened hearts, but the point in it being deceitful is that we can't trust ourselves ultimately because we ourselves are in a fallen state. Yeah, I've been reading Paul. Stuff about Paul has been really recurring in my life lately. I mean, obviously he's important in the Bible, but I've just been seeing a lot about Paul lately and thinking like he's obviously pretty good. We must resist our deceitful hearts, aka resist our flesh through faith in Christ. Essentially, just read more of the New Testament, man. Read when Paul comes in. Hmm. I'm honestly just trying to like synthesize you know like or you know meet the two in my mind or whatever of the idea that you are to be whatever yeah, no, I mean I agree with you. I'm just saying I'm just thinking out loud about the whole heart uh element. Like literally every day is carrying the cross of the Bible, every day is essentially a challenge. Yeah, I don't think that the heart is like not deceitful, right? I'm just saying the softened heart, hardened heart thing, you know? Like the idea of it being a metric of judgment, you know? It's not reliable though, right? So maybe it would be more fair to say you know it in your soul. I mean, that makes sense, right? So yeah, it's like forget the heart, right? It's all about the soul. obviously, literally. Hmm. Interesting delineations, though, right? Like the mind, the body, and the soul, and the spirit, right? Amazing. Like, would it be the heart that compels you to fornication, or is it the body, or is it both, right? Or is it the mind? I mean, even with the soul, there's a desire for union, right? Like holy union, and then there's the spirit, which is union itself, right? Like oneness. So amazing truth and reality. No, I don't mean to be funny about it, but literally, it is literally amazing truth and reality. Seriously, literally. So, but yeah, it does seem to be. I guess it would be. It is a matter of the heart. Yeah. Burger rings. I don't know if I don't know if you guys have them where you are, but burger rings are best corn chips. Rachel Lebeloza goes, I've never heard of burger rings. So funny. Ingenteer says, they're orange ring corn chips, better than Cheetos. Amazing. Well, if it says deep. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about what I said or what we're, talking about here, but yeah. No, it is deep. The delineation, very real. Believers are supposed to be newborn. Bobby says, believers are supposed to be newborn, born again in Christ. We get a new spiritual essence and awareness of conscience, the Holy Spirit. I gotta get more coffee. Oh, or do I? Remember when I said it was going to be a brief phone stream? Oh, yeah, my gosh. I mean, I was just writing about this natural God and the natural order of things. I mean, not that whatever, right? Like I'm some authority at all, but I'm definitely writing all the time and speaking all the time. You know what I mean? Just sort of working stuff out, trying to figure stuff out here. Eternal soul was illumined by Plato. So, I mean, Plato is just amazing, obviously, right? It's like Paul. All right, this is good. Yeah, create Platonic theology. Paul is a Greek-speaking Jew born in Tarsus, now in Turkey, privately educated there by Greek-influenced tutors. He was also arguing biblical yeah, yeah. I was just watching. Have you guys seen this guy Leather Apron Club? And everyone does this whole like weird psyop of like people thinking Greeks are gay and stuff like that. I don't know what that is, right? But it is something, I guess, about the Greek. Well, it's kind of gross, but it's that weird thing of the student teacher. Well, teachers. Let's just call it the student teacher student inappropriate, having inappropriate teacher student relationships. But it's very possible that that's just sort of a weird psyop to get you to not whatever, right? To discredit it or something. But because Bobby says, well, what do you think about the Plato thing there then? Because he goes, nonsense to you saying Paul ran with what Plato said. Paul wasn't a homosexual. That's Gnostic trash. Gladiators like their boys. Weird indeed, the Teleman too. Wow, yeah, Boba Fett. I mean, it's definitely a thing. It's not like again, it's this thing. It doesn't delegitimize it. People are just so dumb, right? Like that's supposed to, we were supposed to like get put off by ancient Greek culture because that was going on. like it still doesn't even, I mean, of course it matters, but it doesn't, it's another instance of like people just being fallen, and it has nothing to do with like the sort of, you know what I mean, like the religion, you know what I mean, like, well, I guess we can't listen to the ancient Greeks, some of the most wise people that ever lived, because they had whatever inappropriate relationships. Stupid. What are you, stupid? um, listen, on people listen. Women should prophesy and pray in church. Well, everyone should prophesy and pray, or well, I don't know, prophesy. Like, I mean, that's an interesting quote. But isn't that what you do in church? Or at least pray, women and men, right? Oh, it's that thing of like probably to do with like the not having women preachers and stuff like that. Even the samurai did. No, not the samurai. No, I'm just kidding. But Rachel Lapalosa, I don't know why I said your full name, but I did. Rachel Lapalosa says, I'm glad that this hasn't been a short stream. It's been entertaining. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that very much. Dude, everyone should be quiet in church. You kidding me? Except the, preacher or whatever, or you know what I mean? Well, and then I guess you do the prayers and the songs and stuff. I don't know, actually. Sorry. Now I'm going back and forth. I know. Nah, but I like the idea of being like just quiet. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, like, don't get me wrong, like I'm very talkative, obviously, but I like the idea that, you don't need the words all the time, especially when you're when you're like praying and stuff. But that is way easier said than done. Like, I don't have that thing. Sorry, I'm just making coffee, but like, I don't have that thing about, I do not, I think in words, Man, it's a process. I don't know. That's the thing, though. Like, I have nothing against the evangelists and stuff, but oh my gosh, it's something about that, though, right? Of like, oh my gosh, you just like can't stop talking, and it's just like and then the speaking in tongues. Well, that's Pentecostal, but I'm just like, why don't you just like sit down, be quiet, and pray? Like, I feel like that's just the most like humble and reverent thing. That's why I like the monastic thing. Well, monasticism. Yeah, bring what up to them about like women preachers and stuff. Yeah, I mean, well, I hear you. People don't want to, you know, address what the reality of the situation is, or at least, you know what I mean, like what the Bible says and everything. Like, it's like, well, you know, I mean, I do think it's interesting because it's like if you're preaching the word of God, though, why should it's like it's still good, but it's probably true though that like I mean that's why we have priests and we have nuns. We have like different roles. You know, but it's so hard to frame things in a way that it doesn't sound. People. That's What do you mean I can't? You know what I mean? It's all. It's all about just freedom for everyone, which always has to be balanced with that responsibility. Ugh, stuff. Clinking glasses. Nuns aren't a biblical thing, though. That's interesting. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. I can't think of any stories and everything. But it's like, women have their roles, though. You know what I mean? It's just may not be exactly what the. It's not the all-encompassing thing that women would like. You know, because everyone wants to like have their cake and eat it too. You know what I mean? But you just think about like Mary, and it's like, I mean, that's you know, you know, chosen the Virgin Mary. You know what I mean? Like, and she's a woman, right? There have been I mean, I don't know what you think about saints. You know what I mean? But plenty of women saints. But yeah, nuns. That's a good point. It's not biblical. People will reject it due to their hearts, etc. Sin. Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I think in pictures sometimes too, but not. Um, I don't even. Mostly words. I guess it's both. But how I formulate like reality, you know, is well, man, that's very interesting because words are a little bit removed like that. But in ways of like describing reality, yeah. There's the reality, there's like the image, and then there's the word that's describing it. So I tend to think in words in that way of describing reality. Truth and reality. Amazing truth and reality, of course. You actually believe in Christ, though? Yeah, what do you mean? Like, talking about Mary, yeah. Like, I mean, I just know people have a lot of different people tend to not seem to not like Mary or something. That's I don't get it sometimes. This whole thing of like what, like women can't be holy too? You know? That's not me trying to be like somehow feminist or something. It's just of course, you know. You believe Christ is God? Well, yeah, I mean, he's the son of God. He's son of just like everyone else. Well, not like everyone else, but yeah, I mean, he's like the ideal person, right? But of course, it's like the I mean, you know, it gets in that whole thing of him being God. Again, this is the Trinity thing. That's why I asked about the Trinity. What you guys are thinking about it? I mean, it makes sense to me, but I also am still obviously learning. So Mary's pretty gangster. Yeah, I mean, she she did her job. You know what I mean? She did her job well. Saint Francis. Hmm. Yeah, that's nice with his mom. I know my mom's always like, you see an ambulance, you say a prayer. You know, well, that's a good thing to do. Definitely, that's nice. Once his mom, it's nice that you do that for her. You know, at least, right? No, but you know, just at least that you do that for her. You know. Bobby Goat says, I personally think is biblical. Yeah, it's funny you said wonderful. I was just thinking of the word lovely, which I'm only laughing because that sounds I don't even know.
I don't want to say belittling, but I mean, I truly mean it. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, Mary is lovely, right? Like, but yeah, the whole praying to her, yeah, I get that. That's the whole idea. So again, Bobby, like, what can you finally tell me? Like, are you any denomination, or are you just Christian in the sort of general sense? Because, dude, honestly, I don't even know. Like I said, I like the orthodoxy thing, but I also don't like. I am the whole thing of denominations, man. Right? Just wonder if anyone's most correct, or if it's just best to just kind of be a general Christian. You know what I mean? It's not a whole historical scholar who researched me. I think she was a who would follow the prophecy and gave residentially in Bethlehem, not another guarantee or something. Good works, forces, but that's a hot take. Like, as if Mary was like telling him what to say. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. Progressive young woman. I get what the heck? What? Yo, that's wild though. Not true, but wild. Sorry, I was lying. But built the case for Mary. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, look, she's good, yeah. Nice though, yeah. I mean, it's maybe it's kind of correct to not have a denomination, because I've been sort of thinking that myself. Bible says any piece consisting of two or more believers praying is a huge blessing, so that can be any place. I mean, well, I don't want to be derisive to Mary, but I mean, she does have this one quote that I love that I wrote down where she was like, she said, my soul doth magnify the Lord. I love that quote, but it's not like she ever, like, I mean, like, I almost don't want to say it because it just sounds so bad, but it's not like she was the, I'm just, no, basically. Probably not. Not, at least not from the documentation, right? Like, she didn't really, like, what works and words, right? I'm being careful because I do think that she deserves, like, reverence. Uh, okay. It's just like, her words and works, though, it's not really, like, obvious. It's not entirely obvious to me that there were, like, these tons of words and works that Mary did, right? It's like, no, she did her job well. You know what I mean? And she was like the conduit, you might say. And it's like, yeah, that's a special, literally divine role, you know? But see, this is the thing, and this is what it is. It gets very suspicious because it's like, why, right? Just why can't that be enough, right? Like, no, she had to be a girl boss or something. Right? It's like no, it's like that's not what happened. Clearly, you know, unless it's been suppressed, right? It's been suppressed by the patriarchy. No. She did her fantastic duty. I love that. Yeah, fantastic duty. I mean, the world is heavily. Hmm. Yeah, you can forget about the Handmaid's Tale, but that's a great quote. You can completely forget about the Handmaid's Tale. Ridiculous. Well, one of the things, I know it's not a good excuse, but one of the reasons I haven't even read the Bible yet is because I don't know which version to read. Like, all these things, man, you know? Yeah, I guess you could say you should read them all, I guess, right? But you know, it's this thing, man, right? I want the real thing, you know? I want some rewritten stuff, right? No, the original source. Yeah, by all means, I'd love to know what you and whoever, anyone really thinks about which version is best. Making Mariota some proto girl boss achievements Her Majesty, which doesn't need to be some willful behind the scenes reformer to be the embodiment of every kind of the country. Exactly, dude. Exactly. It's ridiculous. It's like it's like isn't that amazing? It's a good idea, Bobby. Might just have to get an app. I don't know. I didn't want to like cheapen it. I want to read the read the scriptures. You know what I mean? But nah, it's probably the best way when it comes to actually reading it. Right? Like that's what's most important. Right? Anyway, so yeah, maybe that's probably a good idea. To just get an app, just read it on an app. Right, but I was just thinking how it's understandable that you know the girls want to play with the boys. You know what I mean? It's like you know, but there is something to be said though about the humility of the situation. Like, just be glad for your role, right? Like, you are important, just maybe not in the way that you like want to be. You know what I mean? And it's like that's difficult. I guess that's a difficult pill to swallow that I can empathize with because it's sort of like sounds limiting. But, it's like, hey, we're all kind of you know, under God and Christ's law in some way, Just cuz you know what I mean? Like consider that you don't have to be like a girl boss and all that. Honestly, isn't it kind of relieving? No, I don't know. I'm just saying people don't want to feel like limited like that. But yeah, it's just so ridiculous to think like you have to make Mary into this like girl boss to be like respectable. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like, it's just like people, you don't need to keep wanting more than what's already like given. And honestly, you can consider the goodness in not being some man running your mouth and all that, right? Really, though, people don't consider it like it's as if to be feminist you have to. I know this is like this is kind of a cold take at this point, but it's like stupid to think you need to like be masculine, right? No, 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 no. It's like embrace your special role in femininity, right? Like think about it, right? Like guys are out here. I'm just saying, from the if you wanted to take a truly feminist perspective on it, you would like embrace femininity. What, are you kidding me? Like, consider that whole. I mean, the whole thing of the guy. They're all out here starting wars and blah blah blah. The women. It's like, yeah, they're starting wars, but they're fighting wars. They come home to you, right? It's like that's a special duty, right? Like, you know, and it's like Mary had a holy, like, sacred duty that was fulfilled beautifully. And anyway, I'm not trying to be too hung up on it. I'm just saying it's the thing of being just humble about it and just being like, look, it's more than enough, right? Like, that's an honor, right? And it is an honor. It's just a problem of humanity. We always want more, right? The grass is always greener. And, it's true that there's been oppression of women and all of that. It's just like this thing, this thing of being, of just sort of being like, you know what? Maybe be a little bit happy with what you have, right? And I need to do that. We all need to do that. Just, just saying. I hate, I say things like that all the time, but to be like just saying and stuff, it makes it sound like I'm trying to belittle it or something. But nah, man. When I say just saying, it's just to sort of say that it's trying to be simple about it. Anyway, Merlin, like, yeah, I don't know anything about Merlin. Oh, you mean like it's like this biblical thing, not the. See, there I go. Learning about that. That's a co-opted term. Co-opted by like magicians or whatever, right? Oh man, yeah, this whole thing about gender, God and gender and stuff. Don't even get me started on that. Ridiculous. I mean, honestly, it's a skew because people want to, like, have it all. Have their cake, have their cake and eat it too. I'm always saying that. Okay, you gotta try and sleep because work's my. I know, it's like I'm kind of getting whatever tired here. Even though it's part-time shift tomorrow, probably get the Bible Hub apps. Here's a guy. Yeah, I mean, if that's the one you recommend, like Bible Hub, yeah, I mean, I'll get it today. Sounds good to me. I mean, I am like needing to be not just well, for myself, of course, to be versed in scripture, but to actually have real conversations about this stuff. It's like my knowledge can only go so far as like, so yeah. Don't want to be caught lacking, you know what I mean? Anyway, thank you for being here, Bobby. Help really kind of propelling some of the good conversation. Always good talking to you, my bro, because you know what's up. Talking about this stuff. Peace, fam. Um, the Welsh bard's name, right? This bard, the archetype of the scholar and the sage. Yeah, it's like, what else is up though? I mean, it's like, yeah, this is always stuff that's gonna come back to, but um, again, I've it's just I've probably said most of, you know what I mean. I'm a little bit at capacity in terms of my knowledge, like being able to to speak truth, about this stuff. In terms of what I know so far, right? But it's like, pfft, what else is there to even talk about, right? Seriously. Um, I was actually watching the Lord of the Rings movies in the Discord with the boys. That was interesting because, of course, Tolkien, like, look, Peter Jackson, I feel like kind of screws up the movies a little bit, but they're still good. And the Tolkien stories, like, Tolkien's pretty good, and Tolkien was Christian. I mean, I don't know him, but he was a definitely professed Christian, and it seems informed by it. And I was thinking how the Shire, like I was watching the Michael Pierce thing about INFPs, and again, I don't know if that's really my type, but he was saying the thing of, look, the Shire is heaven, right? Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, the Shire is amazing. Let's just stay there. Right? That's my little ISTJ, right? Coming in. God. I saw some stupid comment being like, the Shire is xenophobic. Oh, boy. I'm literally like ill over that, right? It's conservative and xenophobic. I'm like, why don't you just shut up? Sorry, no, I'm just laughing. Um, um, God, you know what I mean? People will look at heaven and they'll be like, that's offensive. Ugh. Dude, no, it's this thing though of like heaven being boring. It's like, what? There's no such thing as boring in heaven. Oh, how worldly could you be about that? Anyway, here I go. Here I go again. I just, can't stop talking about it. Can't stop talking about the Lord. Sorry, that's just, I'm just being funny. Being a little bit funny, okay? I'm sorry. You guys like this thumbnail though? This is so funny. Yeah, this is kind of. I actually should just be on OBS because it's just better. But now I know what it's like to stream on the phone. Welsh DNA. Just been listening to some Welsh/Irish music recently. This Aber Yabber or something like that. Oh my god, so good. Really looking for that wholesome good stuff. Let me know if you guys know some wholesome good stuff like that. Just with like music, film, writing, speaking, everything, art, speaking. Been into that Orthodox vibe. But yeah, I've heard of this though. They're like, oh, it's the same. It's the same as the Catholics. It's the same as this and that. I'm like, yeah, but the name is so good, right? They got the name Orthodox. It's so good, right? Anyway, get it. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm like, well, has there ever been any like movies or anything I watched recently that were actually really good? I mean, I started watching Breakfast at Tiffany's. I'm like halfway through that. Kind of good. I actually really liked this movie recently called Francis Ha, which is like I almost said Greta Thunberg, Greta Gerwig, uh, Noah Baumbach. I honestly, dude, look, I went into it thinking like, oh great, this is gonna be some stupid like feminist thing. No, it's actually really good. Like, yeah, there's a little bit here and there, but it's totally pretty tame, tame Impala. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it had me pretty positive, feeling positive by the end of it. It's just about like a young woman being like in the city and she's with a bunch of different people and she's so fun. She's really funny. Not gonna lie. Like I was laughing, you know what I mean? And she's a woman. No, I'm just kidding, but you know, I was like, "Oh my gosh, so funny." And then I looked it up and of course she's typed as like an ENFP on personality database. I'm like, yeah, this is feels very whatever. It gets at my self-described. I don't know, my NFP heart or something. I don't know. Oh, but it's deceitful. Don't listen, right? I. But seriously, this the vibe. Oh, the vibes. I could even forgive that it uses the music from the 400 Blows in that one scene, and it's my favorite like piece from it. I don't know. I enjoy the joy. Um, I feel like it gets at the honesty without being, like it's not super vulgar or anything. Oh, just refreshing. I liked Ladybird too. I'm not gonna lie. Again, I went into that. I actually watched that first. Love Saoirse Ronan. You guys know, major crush on her. Uh, i- they nailed that pretty well. Like, I went into that. I was thinking, oh, this is gonna be awful, right? Whatever. It's gonna be something anti-religious, sort of. It's like, no, it's actually pretty good. Yes, exactly. Rachel Nice. It's so good. Friendships has been good, but yeah, exactly. I know. I enjoyed that. The friend, and then she at the end is acting ridiculous. It's perfect. And then she goes out. She's like, I forget her name. She's like Sarah or whatever, like all dramatic. I mean, I found her very endearing. I was so annoyed. Like people on personality database and like rate your music, they're just like, they're so dumb and like irresponsible and like blah 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 blah. I'm just like, calm down. Like people are so freaking, I don't even know, man. Like they're like, this is the perfect example of what not to be as like an NFP. And it's like, are you kidding me? This is the best it gets. Or at least like some of it, right? Other than being a straight up monk. Well, being like I don't even know. I don't know. I found it pretty on point. I'm actually about to turn 27 too. She's 27 in it. Oh, it's relatable. I'm sorry. What do you want me to say? Like there's nothing really very it's not like this freaking degenerate craziness or anything. Anyway, if you want to see a movie like that, go watch the original this movie Smithereens from the 80s. That's just depressing because it's about like a spinster woman who's like just the worst. But this was like a really nice, like whimsical experience, you know? You know what's weird though? Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig are making the Barbie movie. I don't know what happened, but I hope that it's good. It's just so bizarre to me because we're talking about some kind of indie people and now they're making the Barbie movie. It's going to be coming out this year. I read that. I was like, them? No. Ryan Gosling, though? Ryan Gosling and Margot Robbie? Well, of course, Margot Robbie. I like how I said it's patriarchy, right? I said Ken first. You know what I mean? Just totally patriarchal. But it's like, I mean, come on. Ryan Gosling is Margot Robbie. Like, come on. She's not that great. No, but anyway, she's all right. But I'm actually interested to see that. I mean, it's kind of funny, the Barbie movie, but we'll see. I don't know if there's anything else really coming out. There's a lot of interesting stuff. I mentioned that Father Stu, Padre Pio. I don't mean to say it like that, but it's just because of Shia LaBeouf, and Abel Ferrara. Didn't realize he did that. There is actually going to be this new movie called The Jesus Revolution, which is about this like 60s hippie stuff when they got Christian on them. That's amazing. That's amazing. Kelsey Grammer. I guess he was moved by it. They're making a new Mel Gibson's making a new Passion of the Christ sequel. It's called The Passion of the Christ Resurrection. I'm like, oh. I'm like, I don't know. Do we need a sequel? I guess we could use it, but you know. Yeah, y'all know what it is. Yeah, just a lot of that interesting stuff like going on. This whole thing, there's the Asbury revivals, some revivalism going on. Yeah, it's cool. I'm just saying it is a kind of irritating though. It's always like this Catholic stuff, but good enough, I guess. Shia LaBeouf apparently he's half Jewish, half Catholic, and then he like apparently after playing Padre Pio, now he's Catholic. So it's interesting. He's one of these guys. So Shia, he's so like intense. I can totally see it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I like him. Melting Zero, dude. What up? Yo, I'm sorry, man. I had to like I've been out of like space on my phone and I had to I've dude, I don't even have Instagram right now cuz I've had to get rid of apps. But I wanted to log on. I was in the chat earlier on TWFP and they kind of convinced me to hop on a phone, do a little phone streamage. So I did. But oh my gosh, I've been going for a while now. But yeah, I'll be hopping back on the Discord for sure. I was kind of just like not even I don't know being all isolated, I guess, you know, in the past few days. But wanted to get back to you. Um and I also would like to watch some of those Geely movies. I think that's how you pronounce it. Turn up a guy. Yeah, thanks, my man. He goes, that's cool, mate. That's cool. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get back on there. Token though. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I was just talking about Lord of the Rings a little bit. I didn't really get into it, but just the story and all that. Yo, I don't know if this is the right coffee or not. That like I've been weird, man, about all this. Like I weird smell and taste vibe. He will not divide us. Yeah, that was pretty cringe. Finally, someone's here who will know the reference. But yeah, that was pretty cringe. But he's an interesting. He's pretty based though. To be honest, he's just had a weird, like, he's a based. He's like a cringe based alternator. He like alternates, but he's kind of become based. Um, but yeah, I actually don't know. I mean, I could honestly see him like just freaking out, you know. But hey, it's cool if he's at least Catholic now. Maybe he'll be a little more, I don't know, disciplined instead of freaking out all the time. That's the goal. I'm about to peep that though. I'm a boof. I'm a buff fan. Gosh, yeah, I wish you didn't kind of hop in here at the end. Not that it's your fucking sorry to curse, but you know, it's not that it's your fault, but I maybe he'll be a little yeah, but I'm probably gonna stop soon. Maybe he'll be a little bit less not good, TM. Yeah, dude, I'm always thinking of you when I say that because I said it. I was saying it earlier. I was like, is that really not good? I don't know. I can't tell. I might have stolen that a little bit too from Charles Carroll, but I don't know. I think that is a me thing. I'm pretty sure it's a me thing. Oh, I mean, it's not good. I don't know, it's kind of everyone. You know how it is when you have an amalgamation of different inspirations. There's probably a little bit of Eric in there too and stuff. I mean, it's just so funny. The people you you are what you eat, as they say. You know what's funny about that is that it only occurred to me very recently. It was actually, of course, it was a sort of Christian thing. It was R.C. Sproul. This guy's good. He was talking. He was talking about you are what you eat. It's like, oh, it's about what you consume. I was like, of course, because to be honest, I never really thought about that saying, and I think I kind of took it literally, embarrassingly enough. It's like, you are what you eat. I'm like, okay, so I'm like made of sugar or something, whatever, right? But it's like, no, it's about what you consume. And I was like, oh my gosh, why have I never? I'm honestly so dumb sometimes. You ever peep that? You ever feel that way? I just be, yo, those words though, man. Oh, those phrases though. Oh my gosh. I be getting hit with divine knowledge day in and out. I said something the other day. I said some saying, and I was like, bro, I never even thought about what that means until right now. You know? Like, I wish I could remember what it was. But there's just these sayings and things, and then you're like, and then you just think about it for even 2 seconds, and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Isn't that amazing? But yeah, I feel that. I'm actually pretty hungry. Go to the bistro, consume product out. Yeah, it was kind of, I was like, this is so perfectly relevant, you know? When you absorb, your soul is absorbing. Uh-huh. Become what you consume, but also you will direct yourself what to consume based on who you are. Bling, bling, whoosh. Ping, 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 ping. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's kind of a, ideally, I guess it's sort of a positive feedback loop. I like that. I'm kind of like Chat GPT like that, you know? It's like you feed me more information, I'm learning what I like, and then I gravitate more towards that. And then it's just an echo chamber for me. My nice little echo chamber bubble. No, but you know, it's true though. You find what you like based on what you are, but then you also find who you are based on what you like. Isn't that amazing? Yo, that changed my life, bro. Yo, like that's mad deep, bro. Yeah, but I don't know if I made the wrong coffee here. I'm telling you, that SI stuff just really freaking gets me gets me dead. Gets me dead and in bed. Oh, ooh, ooh, you feel that? I need some ASMR, like massage, you know? Mm-hmm. Man, this has been this is a hearty stream. That's good. We were getting into it. Well, Mr. Bobby was here, so we were getting biblical with it. You know how it is. I'm just like, my gosh. I mean, you know, you know, I probably am gonna download that app though. I gotta just get with it, like in a way that I already know. Like I know more than like most people about some of that. Not most. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. But like whatever, right? Like I know a decent amount, but bro, like I be lacking sometimes on the knowledge. But it's true. Even you had said this, Melting Zero, once when you were like, you know, you don't have to know scripture per se to be like a good Christian, you know? But certainly helpful when you're trying to get into real conversations, you know? So it's kind of a vibe, as the kids say. No, but seriously, I'm going to download that Bible Hub. There's a children's Bible here. Is that good enough? It's just funny though, because I was looking at it when I said that. It's like I have this and then some, and then another version of it. I don't ever know what the right version is, you know? So, did he even say what the right version was? I think he just said to get a Bible Hub. That's not a version. Whatever. Anyway, nice. Thank you for being here, Melting Zero. Peace, fam. Yeah, I know I'm a little tapped out, but consider just been like improving. Like, I just feel like I'm like, is there stuff I'm like missing here that I haven't talked about? You know, it's like no, pretty much nailed it all. The Ohio train derailment. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't even care. No, I don't know. It's not that I don't care. It's just like they're gonna kill us with the. It's just more of that stuff, you know, just doom porn. I'm just over it, you know. I try not to. It's this whole thing, man, of like not wanting to be too black pilled and get white pilled. Every day is some ridiculousness. They did the thing. There's the Holy Weird. They're putting the, you know, whatever. Gonna be discerning though. That's for show. Um, it's all pretty self-evident though, right? Like we know what's up. We stay awake. Man, I gotta really shave though. This is terrible. The lighting in here, it's because it's so like it's blasting the facial hair, and it's like, oh man, oh my gosh. Looking good though. I'm really high to think seriously. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of overthinking. Oh, I'm overthinking. That's a good pun, but you know, I'm like, oh my gosh, instinct over intellect, you know? And sometimes getting into the I sound like Jesse Lee Peterson, but sometimes when getting into this religion stuff, yeah, that's why I say I need to know more because I feel a little out of my depth, even though I am very like convicted of these things. I mean, you know, you get Master Bobby in here, and I'm just like, I hardly even know what I'm talking about, right? Um, but it's good to have that. It's good to like have his information offered. You know what I mean? It's helpful. It's good, but the oh yeah, I just started a little. I'm a little out of my depth, and I kind of start to feel like I'm just like racking my brain a little bit, which I feel like is not how it's. I'm just trying to get more tapped into the instinct. You know what I mean? Like, and then when we're like talking about like what people think or whatever, it's like I don't know what people complicate. Like, you know, it's not good. Like I said, how I can't stand that, but I definitely find that I'll be getting all dogmatic, and then suddenly someone's just kind of like, okay, like I don't like people aren't yeah, there's stuff that's pretty bad, but I don't think it's good to be too focused on it, right? Easier said than done though. And you got to know that it comes from me being like, You know what I mean? Getting bent out of shape about it myself. So, yeah. I guess it's sort of part of the thing though. When you get that divine knowledge, right? You're like undeterred. You end up being undeterred, like not so thrown off or whatever. Like, because yeah, it's like I don't think a lot of it is complicated. That it is simple, but you do got cases on cases. What about this? What about that? Either way, it's like corny but true. It's like love the, it's like hate the sin, love the sinner. I don't know. I don't know if you guys just know what I mean. It's so like whatever simplistic sounding, but I do like that about kind of being like it's like maybe don't want to be too mad at the sheep and just be mad at the evil shepherds. I mean, um, all you got to do is poke and prod a little bit, and then you kind of realize I don't know. Maybe it's just idealistic. But I just don't see it that much. I mean, like we're all very just like fallen and like superficial. Like just I don't know a lot of this stuff, right? Like with like women and everything. It's like, oh my gosh, like, dude, we gotta go our own way. It's like all these women, dude. They're all Lilith or whatever, right? It's like, oh my gosh, like who are you talking to? You know? Like that's horrible. I mean, like it's like, yeah, I see it too, of course, but it's not like I don't know, man. And then it gets into that thing of being like the need to be like I don't know. It can be construed as saying like you want it to be subordinate or something. And it's like, well, of course they're not going to be happy when you say that. I agree though. There's a role to be fulfilled. You know what I mean? That these are different roles. But what are you gonna pretend like people are gonna be happy? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. You just have to have a little basic understanding of like, it's like, yeah, it is definitely a bit of petulance. It's just the modern way. It is childish, but don't be surprised, right? Or not surprised, but I mean, just like, yeah, you see, they're just, what's the word? Like, Jezebels. You ever hear that? You know what I mean? I mean, I hardly even know. It's just this thing, and it's just like, oh my gosh, man! Like, it's like I hear you, but it's it just sounds like a little bit of doom. You're sipping a little bit of doom from the doom chalice. You know, I don't know. What do I know though? Really though, I mean, I'm not out here talking to alternative people or anything. Yeah, I mean, no joke. I mean, I remember talking to this girl. It was actually from, and they have biblical names by the way. It was that guy Mark when I chilled with that guy Mark and this girl Mary. She was like 20 or something, and she was talking about. She was like, "Oh yeah, I totally was thinking about. I want to have like a baby." This was in like 2020, and she's like, "Oh yeah, like yeah, I've been getting it, baby fever, like And I'm like, "Yo, that's the reality of the situation." Again, it's just like radically different. And to be honest, Bobby did not really give many examples. Like he just said, I don't mean to talk about it while he's not here, but he just said like, well, the people at work they want to go drink and everything, and it's like I'm gonna stick out. It's like just be glad about that. And he's like, it's not that I'm not glad. It's just that I'm whatever, right? And she was like, I mean, look, I get it. It's frustrating. But I'm just like, is that's the? I mean, what? Can you give me more examples? You know what I mean? Like like I'm not dumb. I know how it is, and I know how a lot of these crazy feminists and stuff, and all sorts of stuff. And no, of course, a lot of people are going to be hostile about religion and all that, but um, it's like, bro, I don't know, just like have a conversation though. Try not to whatever, right? Like I don't know. It's like, gosh, I don't mean to be so naive, sound so naive. It just seems like you can just kind of have conversations with people and like, and maybe it's not that bad, you know. You're not trying to screw you over or anything, you know, or like just saying, not everyone. I don't know. What were you saying is fancy though, Rachel? Um, Women's rhetoric sounds stupid and delusional. Granted, not all, but most. But oh yeah, that's why I got into that thing of it. Yeah, that's what I mean though. It's like I'm like, well, dude, I was just talking to a girl who wants to be a mom. You know what I mean? It's like there's just I don't know, man. There's just a lot of like cognitive dissonance that I wind up seeing where it's like, no, like no one thinks abortion is really good, right? Like no, like trans people and stuff are relatively rare. Like you know, women still want to be mothers, right? Like people want to be like married and like have kids and you know what I mean? Like be relatively independent. Like it's just I look, I'm just like everyone else trying to just figure it out, but I'm just not I don't see that sometimes, you know? Like I'll be getting all dogmatic and then I'll kind of emerge, like I said, like from the cocoon. I'll go talk to someone, to anyone, and it's like not that bad, right? So I'm just saying it's interesting how that is, you know? It just seems like, yeah, exactly. It's all social engineering for profit, more wages. Most people I talk to are reasonable. Yeah, and as Bobby's like, yeah, but if you know, you peer into their dark heart or whatever, and it's like, okay, like I don't know, man. It's all pretty self-evident to me. Like when people, like everyone I've ever known, for example, that is like hedonistic, like they've all like dude, like people like hedonism doesn't end well ever, right? Like I don't know, like nihilism, hedonism, all this stuff. Like look, I agree this stuff can be very prevalent and it's true, it's true. It's just like, I don't know, man. You gotta take solace in that white pill. Like he said that, but I don't know. Just like you're being indecisive. It's like I'm being a little. I think I'm actually being a little more firm than usual. I can definitely be indecisive, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that much about the outside world. I don't know, but it's true. He said like, oh, it's like stay. You know, it's you're maybe in your bubble, and maybe it's good to stay in your bubble. And it's like, yeah, for sure. But I live in Massachusetts. It's like very liberal, very like blue state. And I still don't see it that bad, you know? Question one says talk to some teenagers and see what they think. Different generations see things differently. Yeah, probably. I mean, I mean, like, but when you're young, young people do tend to be more liberal, you know? You kind of get older and get more conservative. Like my sister was just doing a paper about like architecture and how like modern architecture is like disheartening, whatever, disempowering. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's so based." Because I had never heard that. I mean, I had only heard that from sort of quote unquote right wing people. And then but then she's doing a college paper on it and I'm like, "What the I thought the universities I thought that they were censoring everybody and you know, you can't talk about it cuz the architecture is, you know what I mean? It's part of the plot." And it's like, "No, all you have to do is speak truth, right? Like, what are you kidding me? I just don't buy the doom porn, or at least I don't when I actually start engaging in any way. It's like, of course, I have doubts and everything, but I don't know. I just Not sure how much you want to buy into that and just sort of be like, you're gonna get freaking killed. You know what I mean? Like, if you talk about anything that's true, dude, if you're gonna get arrested for talking about the Bible. It's like, no, you're not. Not yet. Not if we have anything to say about it. It's like, don't disempower yourself, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not saying he's doing that. I'm just saying, like, it just seems like an epidemic. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, they're outlawing prayer. I did just read a thing that there is something weird. I think there's some UK thing of like a prayer, silent prayer. I look, I'm keyed in, okay? But I still believe in the power of good and all that. Because I'm so idealistic, so naive. It's like, bro, how about you just like talk to a girl and I don't know, a non-hedonistic, non-nihilistic girl. You know, it's like find a girl at church. Go talk to plenty of dudes. What are you kidding me? Like, we're all in this together. Listen, I'm the first one that starts sipping on the doom porn, so I get it, and I want that to be understood. I don't want to be disingenuous because when I hop on here, I start, oh, I'm hooping and hollering. I'm talking about the joy. It's like whatever. I'm not joyful, you know, but I should be. We should be. Do as I say and not as I do. Nah, I gotta be mindful of that though. Gotta be congruent. I still think it's good though. I mean, how could it not be? It's good to focus on good. It's not. People don't really like. I don't know. All you have to do is just be real a little bit. Remind people of goodness. Like, oh yeah, that is pretty good. It's like, yeah, that is good. Horse member says, you have to phrase it right. You can call the architecture all sorts of ugly you want at university if you call it if you call it just fascist law. Amazing. A lot of leftism sounds like they want Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, the far left. When you want kind of like unlimited, just like, I don't know, yeah, just like sort of unlimited freedom with no responsibility. I don't really have much else to say about it. It's really intelligent or anything. It's about as far as I've gotten. Maybe Zoomer see YouTube as millennials see cassette tapes. Oh my gosh. Well, TikTok is evil. No, TikTok is just pretty bad. Um, I honestly will never get that app. Based. Based for your face. Yeah, just call it fascist, dude. It's totally not communistic, right? Like the freaking brutalist architecture and everything. It's true, man. True man show. That's why they call it that, by the way. That Gnostic film. Oh, that little Gnosticism piece starring Jim Carrey. They literally did, I'm telling you though, Rustlin KD though, I guess Jim Carrey was talking about Jesus recently. I guess he was wrong about a bunch of stuff, of course, but very interesting. It's amazing, right? The developments. The developments. all day, every day. Now Jim Carrey is like praying to Jesus and God, and I'm like, oh, no way. Things will be pretty okay. The collapse will be soft here because we just have so much land and stuff. The boomers would freak, but most of them will miss most of it. Tapes you could record till CD writers came out. Gosh, you guys have two similar. Well, they're not that similar, but the white icons have me like thinking that you're the same person, but you're not. You're distinct entities. You're the individual. It's individualism. Listen, we got to get the individuality going. We got to decentralize the media, probably the government too. Localism. What about pre-modernism and modernism as opposed to postmodernism? Just some ideas, just some thoughts. The collapse. Yeah, there's all this stuff going on with the economy now. There's like banks and stuff like failing. Amazing. Dude, it's just like Fight Club, dude. We're gonna take down the credit card companies. It's the credit cards. Yeah, that's what it is. Funny though how Bobby doesn't like Daily Wire. I've been thinking about the Daily Wire. They are. I don't like that they have a kind of monopoly going on, and that's all I'll say about it. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Keep it simple, stupid. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Low pop density. That would be a really good band name. That's honestly really good. Because I know it's population, but the pop vibe, though, amazing. Truth and reality. Communists and fascists are basically the same thing. Political thugs, so just pick the one appropriate to your audience, and they'll feel obliged to argue along with rather than against you, at least at first. Yeah, pretty much, though. Pretty much, though. But I mean, it's like, what could I say? There's nothing I could just really say about it that's really insightful. Authoritarianism. That would be the umbrella term, yeah. It's a distinction to be made. It's like, you mean authoritarianism? I'm that guy. It's authoritarianism, okay? As opposed to libertarianism. Oh no, though. While I'm still here, though, right? It's like, what are some? It's funny because I was like, oh, there's so much to talk about. I mean, it's been a long time, but like on the stream, but I actually feel like I covered everything. Because I was thinking like, oh, there's so much to talk about, and I'm like, it was actually not that much. But I got into it enough. Oh man, I got into it enough. We spoke truth to truth. We spoke truth to truth tonight into today. Now it's the morning. Mm. Oh, you know how it is. I'm just a Sigma male. I'm just on my Sigma male grind set. You guys know how it is, what it's like. And then you really know what it's like. Very deep. You know how it is when I start getting in my zone. When the camera tilts up like that, oh my gosh. You know that that's about to be a moment. I'm about to start getting momentous. All right, yeah, that's enough of that. We're just getting some ambience going. You know how it is. Crucial moments. I'm having some weird connection issues, apparently. Thanks, Rachel. Just good ambience, yeah. I'm about that ambient life. Taking some Ambien and getting ambient. Um, yeah, I don't know though. What do you think about? I mean, who? They're all decent. I feel like, but I don't really care for. I don't know. I just. If I remember, I don't really care about like Matt Walsh or anything. I like how. I don't know. I just think they get too into the doom porn a little bit, and they're a little bit like yeah they are kind of sus sometimes. They have a little bit of a monopoly, you know. It's like all right, you got to be on the Daily Wire to be like true. It's like all right, yeah, I don't buy it, but you know, it's like they're all right. I don't know. Ben Shapiro is my hero. No, I'm kidding, obviously, but yeah, it's sort of a sentiment, though. I mean, you know, like I said, Bobby's not in on it. He's all like, "Nah, man, you gotta unsubscribe." Like, um, like, well, what else is there? No, I'm kidding. Y'all ever check out Bamboo Water Fountain Healing 24/7? I like this one that looks like a smiley face. See him? He seems nice. You guys like front camera view? Or back camera? I never know which one. Do you guys like this spam? Oh look, it's Tiffany. Tiffany is here. Do you guys like to go on a YouTube stream that is just YouTube? Oh look, who's this? Who's that handsome angel? I almost said handsome devil. Isn't that crazy? I meant handsome angel. I meant handsome angel. We could watch Deer Pantry Trough View. You guys like this stuff? Is this good? Like, I really You guys seeing that? That's a good view right there. That is really something. You seeing that? You seeing this? Yo, that's kind of creepy. But they're pretty cute though. White-tailed deer eating oats, apples, and acorns. Yeah, y'all know how it is. You would just be chilling. Chill island vibe. This is my problem though. I don't know when to stop streaming. Vox Day. Yeah, I know about Vox Day. He worked with Shapiro at the WorldNet Daily. Says Ben asked his advice once, confessing being just a mouthpiece for his father's political agenda, which is decidedly not conservative. His father? I don't know anything about Ben Shapiro's father. That's interesting. We can look up. I'm gonna look up Ben Shapiro's father. Oh my gosh, David Shapiro. Yeah, that's sus, bro. He was an executive of a TV company. Enough said. Screenshot it so you don't forget. This video goes hard. Feel free to screenshot. Nice. I can do zooming. I cry every time. It's true though, too, by the way, that this is in a vertical view. See what's going on with ChatGPT. Look at that scary logo. Look at how fucking scary that is. Oh my gosh. AI is taking us over. We're gonna be dead tomorrow. We're dead already. You guys like my collection? I've been talking with famous people. I've been talking with ChatGPT. Where's the rest? Were you hiding it from me? Oh, it's the CIA. It's the CIA. At it again. Trying to hide all that. Yeah, I tried to identify Eric Strauss. So what? Were you gonna grill me about it? No, I was on Discord. I was trying to get everyone talking about me, Eric John. It's too much. It's too much to get into right now, you know? But it's pretty good. I like when it takes 10 minutes. Y'all ever feel like that sometimes? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to communicate. Can you please provide more context? Yo, this Zoom goes crazy. This Zoom goes crazy though. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The Shapiros sounds like a good reality show. Write me a reality show called The Shapiros. Oh my god, typing with one hand. Shapiro's about Ben Shapiro and his family. This is crazy. Oh my god. Boo. You see what I mean? I'm sorry, I can't do that because it's the people, like, it's the People's Choice Awards. Yeah. Save it. Woke. What are you, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? What are you? You kind of look like AOC. TBH. Kinda sus. NGA. I don't know, Bill Whittle. Bill Whittle is kind of a funny name. I don't know about you guys, but I love to condemn communism. Have you tried asking it to give you the answers DAN would or to answer as if it were DAN? What? I don't know what that means. Oh my gosh, that guy. Yeah, I don't trust anyone that's got freaking the number of the beast in their name. You know what I mean? Sorry about that. Sorry. Sorry, dude. He probably does, though. You know? That's probably how he's allowed on the internet, is by being, you know? Like, I'm sure he has good stuff about the occult, but he's only allowed to do it because he has the freaking number of the beast in his name. And he looks like a freaking nerd. Have you ever noticed that? Really super, you know, not to be judgmental, but he kind of looks like a freaking nerd. I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, I don't even know. It's not like I'm exactly a jock or anything, you know, Jacques Cousteau. But I do make pop and rap music. You hear that? Yeah, it's Iggy Azalea. Really limiting being able to only use one hand. I'm like the guy from Def Leppard. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, y'all know what it is. Yeah, y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. So handsome. So handsome. Mm. Yeah, I'm just kind of vibing. Oh my gosh. My neck, man. Old man O'Connell over here. I don't know. It might be about that time. It might be time to head out. Not gonna lie. But it's been real, y'all. It's a bit of a Charles Carroll vibe. It's been pretty good. Hmm. Rock and roll. That's a real guitar, by the way. Yeah, I think it probably is time to head out. Why not probably call it quits? Quit while I'm ahead. And it's been a long one, so good stuff, you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna head out. Probably start coming back on more regularly again. I appreciate the support. Probably, go back on OBS next time. Do it. I don't know. Maybe make it a Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality installment. Who knows? Maybe a little addition, a new episode. New episode coming soon. Season 2, right? got renewed for another season. Hey now. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. All right, love you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Yes, thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Ingen Tier, Bill Whittle. I will check out Bill Whittle. Yeah, amazing. Amazing truth and reality. Thank you guys. Good to talk to you guys again. I don't know how to end it. That's amazing. Oh yeah, I gotta just close out. All right. I can't get myself away from you guys. All right. Yeah, I don't know. There's not really much else to get at, but we're doing it up. I'll be back again soon. I'll probably come back on this weekend, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's about time to reopen shop, to open up shop again. You know what I mean? So we'll be doing a little more Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys. Peace, fam.